pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Please be seated. The first meeting of the year is always an exciting time. Our welcoming our paraeducator of the year and our teacher of the year, as well as our new Board of Education representative from Windsor High School. So the first item on the agenda, next item on the agenda is recognitions and acknowledgements and the introduction of the new Board of Education student representative. Dr. Haiti.
All right, good evening. I would like to call Dr. Breon Parker to introduce our student rep.
Good evening. Good evening, everyone. Happy New Year.
To you.
All right, this one's easy. So tonight, I am excited. Come on up. Right next to me, she showed up. She got the message and the assignment. There we go. So tonight, I'm excited to introduce Miss Brooklyn Smart, a caring, creative, courageous, and committed Windsor High School senior. Over the past 4 years, I've had the pleasure of witnessing Brooklyn's incredible growth and leadership. As a student representative, she has collaborated closely with myself and Dr. Hill as members of the Student Advisory Council, ensuring that students' voices are front and center during important decisions. Brooklyn embodies confidence, communication, and compassion, but her true passion lies in uplifting her peers. As an anchor, writer, and producer for our student news show, The Dub Hub, shout out to The Dub Hub, and I'm sure they would like me to tell you to hit that subscribe button. She leads a talented team focused on connecting students with the broader school community. Brooklyn can often be found volunteering at academic ceremonies, tutoring within in the humanities department, sporting events, and a visit to the state capitol alongside superintendent and other board members, gaining firsthand insight into how decisions impact students. When asked about her motivation for being a student leader at Windsor High School, she said, "Opportunities like this have allowed me to stay connected with my town, my friends, and my family, and give back to my community. You don't have to wait to give back." Brooklyn does make time for some fun as an active member of the Windsor High School flag football team, showcasing her commitment to teamwork and school spirit, and also as a dance coach where she shares her passionate and positive vibes with girls, teaching skills that build confidence, perseverance, and the importance of believing in themselves and chasing their dreams, feeling comfortable in rooms that aren't necessarily built for them. Brooklyn plans to further her education at a four-year college, preferably in HBCU, with a major in business, communications, and sports media. Yes, this warrior already has a plan. He wants to become an agent for athletes and professional teams consultants, while also going back to school to earn her Juris Doctorate degree. So for those that don't know, that's your homework assignment. These experiences, both in and outside of school, have shaped me into a young woman that I am today. I am proud of the work that she's done as a principal, and I'm even more excited about the work she has ahead as a student representative of Board of Education and also a representative of Windsor. Dr. Haiti, members of the board, I present to you your semester 1 student representative, Ms. Brooklyn Smart.
Congratulations.
Go and take a photo.
I guess we go.
we'll hear from Brooklyn later on the agenda, the student representative report. Next item on the agenda is the introduction of Windsor's Educator of the Year. Dr. Haiti.
I would like to call Ms. Batchelder.
Thank you. I feel like we're doing round robin. I'd like to call Principal Dana Gagne to introduce our Educator of the Year.
Good evening.
Good evening.
As principal of John F. Kennedy Elementary School, it is with great pride that I introduce to the Board of Education the 24-25 District Teacher of the Year. What sets Ms. Lloyd apart from other educators is her extraordinary flexibility as an educator and her commitment to nurturing the whole child. Her creativity and dedication have redefined what it means to be an educator. Whether adapting lessons to meet diverse learning needs, integrating social-emotional themes into her instruction, or collaborating with classroom teachers across disciplines, Ms. Lloyd consistently demonstrates innovation and compassion. Her classroom is a space of respect, inclusion, and empowerment. Students leave her room not only with stronger artistic skills, but also with greater confidence, empathy, and responsibility. It is rare to encounter an educator who blends artistic mastery, instructional excellence, and deep humanity so seamlessly. So at this time, please join me in welcoming our 24-25 Windsor Public Schools District Teacher of the Year, Miss Ellie Lloyd. You have to stand up.
Hello.
Hello.
I just want to say thank you. This has been a whirlwind and also an honor, and I'm really happy that art has had the chance to have the spotlight because that doesn't always happen. So thank you so much to everybody.
Okay. Next item is introduction of Windsor's Paraeducator of the Year. Dr. Haiti.
I'd like to call up Principal Jay Mahako to introduce our Paraeducator of the Year.
Yeah, all right. Full house tonight. This is exciting. Well, what a great start to the year, and I am honored to be doing this introduction. I left my glass at home, so I have my my Mr. Ferguson readers here, so please bear with me. He's from Up, the movie Up. It is with great pride and admiration that I introduce to you Windsor Public Schools 2024-2025 Para-Educator of the Year, Pequannock's own Miss Danielle Franklin. As a principal, I've had the privilege of witnessing firsthand the immeasurable impact she has had on our students, families, and school community. Danielle's contributions are a living testament to the Windsor way, being caring, creative, courageous, and committed. First and foremost, Danielle is the very definition of caring. She builds deep, lasting relationships with students that are rooted in empathy, consistency, and a profound sense of care. Whether she's helping a student overcome behavioral challenges or simply offering a warm embrace to start the day, Danielle leads with her heart and with purpose. This spirit extends beyond her school's walls. She is also deeply involved in the Hopewell Baptist Church, where she does service through the youth department, concert choir, and clothing and more ministry reflects a deep commitment to her community. Her work is also a powerful example of what it means to be creative. In our preschool classrooms, she meets students where they are while helping them soar to new heights. One student who began the year with significant behavioral needs is a powerful example of her innovative approach. Through Danielle's patience, consistency, and creative redirection, this student now demonstrates emotional regulation and positive social engagement. Her ability to balance nurture with structure is a true testament to her skill and love for her students. Danielle is also remarkably courageous. She serves as the president of the Windsor Public Schools Para-Educator Union, where she fiercely advocates for the voice and value of her colleagues across the district. This courage is also evident in her belief that every child is a rock star, worthy, seen, and celebrated. She brings this mindset to life daily, ensuring that every student feels supported and believed in. Finally, Danielle is truly committed. Her commitment to student success is unwavering, and her contributions span far beyond the classroom. She has dedicated herself not only to our school community, but also her colleagues and the wider Windsor community. Her spirit of service and equity echoes throughout everything that she does, making her a cornerstone of our school family and community. Danielle Franklin is the true embodiment of the Windsor way. We are so very fortunate to have her as a member of our Pequannock family and as a leader in our district. Ladies and gentlemen, Miss Danielle Franklin.
Congratulations.
I'll make a much shorter speech.
I know, that's what I'm trying to help. Happy tears.
Now it's going to bring more tears. Oh no, we just keep it coming.
I know, right?
She has the giggle.
I just wanted to thank everybody. Is it on, or do I have to push a button? Am I good? Okay. I just wanted to thank Windsor Public Schools, all my previous and past administration, my Pequannock family, my pastor who decided to come. Well, not decided, that was a bad choice of words. Oops. Sorry. I didn't mean it. I've truly enjoyed my time here at Windsor, and I've felt the support and the love for everybody. Thank you. I just thank you. I'm honored and truly blessed. Thank you.
Thank you. At our convocation, we heard our convonation this year. We did hear from both our Teacher of the Year and Para Educator of the Year. And for me, it is always the highlight of the start of the school year to hear from so many great educators that we have in Windsor. My kids went through Pequannock School, and going to JFK, even though they didn't go to JFK, I come to the art show because it really rocks. So, thank you. Next item on the agenda is introduction of new administrators, and they're really not new to Windsor, but Dr. Hading.
So every year I get the honor of introducing our new administrators, and like President Fury did say, they are not new, and definitely not new to Windsor, and not new to Windsor Public Schools. But we were able to drop the acting off of Kristen Bloom, and she is now the JFK Assistant Principal. And then Mr. Robert Fleeting is our new Assistant Principal of Windsor High School.
Next item on the agenda is audience to visitor. Ms. Daly.
Good evening. This is Robin Daly from the Superintendent's Office. If anyone from the public would like to address the board, you may do so in two ways. You may type your name, address, and comment into the Q&A feature in the Zoom application, or you may speak by clicking raise hand and dialing *9 within the Zoom application. When you are called on to speak, you will be given 3 minutes to state your name, address, and comment. Please do not place the call on speakerphone. No comments can be made against the employees of the school district or children outside of your own, and no comments will be made by the board at this time.
Mr. Lockhart.
Good evening. As Secretary of the Windsor Board of Education, I wish to extend a warm welcome. One moment. Getting old here. A warm welcome to everyone present and to our television viewers. The board, superintendent, and I are pleased that you have joined us to celebrate achievement, review information, and make policy decisions related to the effective operation of Windsor Public Schools. This is a regular meeting, and all items that will be discussed or voted on this evening have been posted as required by state law. Our mission is to develop the genius in every child and create lifelong learners. As the Windsor Board of Education, we are here to set goals, listen to reports of the superintendent, approve budgets, contracts, and personnel appointments, and make policy for the district. We are not here to make management decisions or solve the problems of individuals. Management is the sole responsibility of the superintendent. Meetings of the board are open to the public. It is a time where the board conducts its business of governing the school system in a public arena. The regular meetings are not meetings with the public. Therefore, comments from the audience will be confined to the time designated for public to address the board. Decorum and courtesy are important elements in an effective public meeting. Please silence your cell phones or communication devices and refrain from talking while others are speaking. Since it is legally mandated that the proceedings be accurately recorded, the board chair may have to ask for order from time to time should noise begin to interfere with our recording capabilities. I am pleased that you have taken the time to join us this evening. We are very proud of the school system and thank you and for your interest in Windsor Public Schools.
Thank you. Ms. Taylor, our vice president, at the 2.5-minute mark, will raise a red card briefly, and then which is an indication that you should try to start wrapping up your remarks, because at the 3-minute mark, she'll hold the red card and keep it up. So please, at that point, please finish your remarks. If you're not in the building here and can't see the red card, at the 3-minute mark, Ms. Taylor will let you know that you need to finish your remarks. That said, is there anybody in the boardroom tonight that would like to address the board tonight?
Bless you.
Seeing people rushing up, is there anybody with a hand raised online?
There are attendees online, but there are no hands raised. There are no comments in the Q&A or in the chat.
Okay, without objection, I'll close audience to visitor. Audience to visitor is closed. Next item is the consent agenda. I think there are only 2 items that are listed here. Is there either of those items that someone wants to be pulled?
I have a question on, I'm sorry.
Miss,
I have a question on some of the human resource reports.
okay, so why don't we pull the human resource report? Anyone else? Okay. Is there a motion for the approval of the Board of Ed regular meeting?
Thank you, Mr. President. I move the Board of Education approve consent agenda items for B, approval of the BOE regular meeting for 2026, meetings for 2026.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Motion made by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Panos. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstention. Motion carries 9-0-0. Another motion, Ms. Taylor?
I move the Board of Education approve consent agenda item 4A, Human Resources Report.
Is there a second?
Second it.
Motion made by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Panos. Ms. Cantor?
Thank you. I had a couple questions. To me, it looks like some of the contracts were expired for sports, and maybe these people didn't renew because you have other people for sports names on here. So it looks like for the sports for the high school, let's see, I think it's on page 3. Actually, it's another page. It's page 4, partially down, like the swimming coaches. It looks like some of those, it's all Windsor Locks High School, all those coaches.
Windsor High School.
Yes, it's the last page, and it's probably right down, like 2/3 of the way down on the right.
Yep.
It looks like maybe they didn't renew their contracts, and you're hiring new coaches.
I'm sorry, can you say that one more time?
It looks like some of their contracts maybe expired and they didn't renew them, or they resigned, like for Windsor Public High School.
Windsor High School. What,
I'm
I'm
sorry,
sorry, what
Windsor
do
High
you
School.
mean, the contract?
The coaches, don't they have, do they have contracts, or they don't renew, or?
So every year, every season and every year, it's not just an automatic rollover.
Right.
Coaches resign, retire.
Okay.
And then we have to post and hire new.
Okay, so I guess a lot of them resigned and you hired new ones?
Correct.
Okay, I do have another question on, page 2. About a quarter of the way down, there's a school nurse, at Oliver Ellsworth. Is that a new hire?
Yes, it is.
Full-time?
Yes.
And then down towards the bottom, it's like 4 from the bottom up, and then, I guess 2. You have a substitute school nurse for 2 people, district-wide. Are those new substitutes that you have?
For 2 people?
Yeah, there are 2 people.
Oh, we have, yes, we hire
Substitutes?
substitutes, so we have a pool of substitutes that we can call upon.
And then at Sage Park Middle School, the temporary nurse is no longer there. When will you be hiring a full-time nurse for that position? Because you need 2 full-time nurses there.
So I'm not quite sure what you mean by temporary. We never had a temporary nurse at Sage. We had a contracted nurse.
Okay, a contract, right.
Last year, you mean?
Right,
Yep,
right.
so this school year, Julie DeNegris, our nursing supervisor, is the second nurse at that building.
So what happens with LPW when you have medical emergencies? Like if you have
They-
asthmatics, diabetics, all that?
Yep.
What happens? Who
So
treats?
either Nurse Julie will go over or one of the high school nurses. And that's how it's always been for years up until COVID.
So do you call an ambulance if someone?
If something were major happen, even in the building, we would call an ambulance, absolutely.
So can you tell me why you never hired the other nurse back? Because before, there were 2 full-time nurses at the middle school. There were always 2 middle.
That was part of the Board of Education's budget last year, the reduction of 1 full-time nurse.
That was, I thought, the ESSER funds, though. That was the ESSER funds, wasn't it? Because you had a nurse for the ESSER funds one year.
That was about 5 years ago when we initially added, when we received all the ESSER funds, we added a nurse. And then when the ESSER funds went away, we were able to keep that nurse in our general fund budget. Last school year, when we were building 25, 26 budget, we reduced a nurse by 1 FTE. So, in essence, that was the last added nurse, so that was the one that was.
So, because you're walking a fine line of negligence on a lot of these things and I'm one of the few people here who can say that, because I am a licensed healthcare professional. Things have to be done up to standard of care by law, and it's all measured on time. And nurses can only work within their scope of practice. So it becomes a very fine line that you're walking on. I just wanted to let you know, because
So I'm
it's not
not
safe
walking a
practice.
fine line. I just want
okay.
to, you're looking at me and directing it at me.
No,
I'm the
it's
chief of
not.
operations. The board approved
Okay.
and voted on this budget.
I'm just letting everybody know, because standard of care and safe care are done within specific time frame, and no one here has a professional license. Like, I can review a patient's chart and determine if standard of care is made and met, and the same thing for all of it. And I'm just real concerned because of the amount of sick kids today, and I see it all the time in practice. And I also have a lot of input, as all of you have, from the nurses who've come here multiple times, saying what's going on. They need another full-time nurse. So I just want to bring that to your attention, because standard of care has to be met. Otherwise, it could be a lawsuit. Not only, it's just not even that. Someone could be injured, maimed, or you could have a death. It could result in death. It's very dangerous. I just wanted to bring that to your attention again.
Mr. Lockhart?
Thank you, Mr. President. I just want to be mindful that this board is the one that approved that budget that went to the town council. If I remember correctly, it was myself and Ms. Cantor that voted in the negative for that particular budget. And for me personally, I was very assumptive, and we know what happens when you assume. I assume you voted no for that only because of that sole fact that nurse was being cut. That was a concern as well, but I voted no for other reasons as well. But as a board, we voted to adopt that budget and move it forth with that reduction of 1 nurse. So that's not on the district. That's strictly on us as a board. We pushed that budget forth.
Thank you. Okay, there's a motion on the floor unless there's any other discussion. Mr. Panos?
That it was a recommendation by the administration, of course, to eliminate the nurse. Right?
Correct.
Okay.
But then it becomes our budget, so
Yeah,
we have to live with it.
Yes.
We live with those decisions.
So, in the upcoming year, and perhaps
Well
we'll
done.
correct this. Thank you.
So motion on the floor to accept the Human Resources Report. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstention, motion carries 9-0-0. Next item on the agenda is approval of minutes. Before,
Are there any minutes that need to be pulled?
are there any minutes on that list that need to be pulled?
No.
Seeing and hearing none, you can read the motion, Mr. Lockhart.
I move the Board of Education approve the minutes of June 17, 2025 regular meeting, the July 22nd, 2025 special meeting, the August 12th, 2025 special meeting, and the September 9th, 2025 Long Range Planning Committee meeting.
Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Motion made by Mr. Lockhart for approval of minutes, seconded by Mr. Panos. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstention, motion carries 900. Next item on the agenda is a student report.
One second, guys. I gotta open my notes app.
While you're doing that, I'll say that a couple of years ago, I met Ms. Smart because I was taking several students to the CABE lobbying day on the Hill. Historically, most of the time, we've had seniors on that. And she broke the mold there. She must have impressed some people at Windsor High School.
I was a
as
sophomore. I was 15.
She attended. We've now had sophomores, the only sophomore, I think, to date, but we've had juniors and seniors now, but, she told the legislators how she saw things and represented herself very well.
All right, I'm ready now. Good evening, everyone. My name is Brooklyn Smart yet again. Over the past 4 weeks at Windsor High, I've been taking notes on everything positive that's been happening. Couple updates for you guys. This Thursday at our football game against South Windsor High School, we will be holding an AP recognition ceremony during halftime. At this event, over 90 students will be recognized for their dedication to their advanced placement classes. Dr. Haiti will be presenting these students, and we are so excited to celebrate these accomplishments in front of not only their peers, but also their families, teachers, and the larger Windsor community. It is going to be a very meaningful moment that highlights the commitment and resilience it takes to succeed in advanced coursework. Another focus that we are really leading into this year are the 4 C's: courageous, caring, committed, and creative. These values are the heart of what it means to be a true Windsor warrior. We see courage when students step up to take leadership roles or challenge themselves academically. We see caring every day in the way that students look out for one another and support their peers. Commitment shows up in the dedication that we bring to both academics and our extracurriculars, and creativity shines throughout our music, arts, and innovative projects across the school board. I'd also like to give a shout out to my crew, the Dub Hub, for spotlighting these values and keeping the school community connected. Their work in sharing updates, promoting events, and building school spirit has made a true big difference. Looking ahead, we're also very excited for the Big W Carnival next week. This event will bring together students, families, and staff, and it's not only a chance to enjoy food, games, and music, but it's also a way to strengthen the sense of community that Windsor High School is known for. On a practical level, we've also seen improvements in the hallway traffic and punctuality. Students are getting to class on time more consistently, which creates a smoother flow to the school day and maximizes learning time. It's a small change, but one that has real positive impact on the daily experience at Windsor High School. Overall, the school year is already off to such a great start, from upcoming celebrations to academic achievement to highlighting our 4 C's to events like the Big W Carnival that help bring the community together. Windsor High is setting a strong tone for the year ahead, and we're so excited for what's to come, and we're grateful for the continued support from the board, our teachers, and our families. Thank you for your time, and as always, go Warriors.
Are there any questions for our student representative? Surprise, surprise, Ms. Taylor.
Well, it's Auntie's baby. So I'm so proud of you. I'm always so proud of you. You always go above and beyond. You know, your mom wasn't this active at Windsor High School when we were there, but
don't shame my mama.
But you're even more outspoken than I was when we were there. Is what I'm saying. Is that you have decided? Yes, honey. Yes, exactly. But no, you have done far and away beyond what students do. You're going into you're now in your senior year, but as President Fury mentioned, first time a sophomore was taken to the Capitol. That's a big deal, and I hope you understand how big a deal that is. And I love the breadth of you. Flag football, right? the things that you step out and you say, you know what, I'm not afraid of a challenge. So I'm so excited for you. I'm so excited you were chosen for this. I was like, oh my goodness. I have nothing to do with who's chosen. But I just know that you're going to do even more things as you continue to grow. So Auntie's so proud.
Oh, that's why you my favorite aunt. Don't tell Tishina I said that.
Thank you. Any other comments? Mr. Wollaston?
Yes, I was just going to say it's a very well-spoken report. It's very evident, I feel like, that you participate in the Dub Hub because she has like this news reporter kind of flow that goes with her, but it's very nice and I'm looking forward to see what you bring to the board.
Thank you.
No problem.
Anyone else? Ms. Otter?
I actually had just a quick question because you were talking about improved timing to get to class and hallway traffic. What are some of the things that are contributing to that? And what's the plan to keep that moving forward for the rest of the year?
I definitely think our security guards have been doing such a good job at promoting kids to getting to class on time. I think that also the limits that are set on, we use e-hall pass as a way to be able to leave classes. So I think that the limits that are set on e-hall passes, I believe it's about 25 passes out at once. We have time limits on passes. There are things like pass restrictions, things like that. But I also think that implementing the 4 C's and the fresh air of the new school year, I think everyone's just in a great mood and they feel as if they just want to get to class on time. So with the help from our staff members, our APs, teachers, just promoting good habits like that, I think it's just very important for kids to have those levels of responsibilities and to know, like, okay, you have to get to class on time. You know that if you don't, it's going to hinder your progress of learning. And I think that the students, especially the freshmen, they have been doing such a good job at doing things like that. So I'm very proud.
Thank you. Anyone else? I'll say this now, and I'll let you know at each meeting, except this, I only have one more with you. You're welcome to stay, but we know, especially at the beginning of the school year, I'm sure you have a lot of work. So you can stay, or you can leave now, or later on. This could be a very long meeting. If you decide to leave at some point, that's fine too. So, thank you so much for your first report. Next item on the agenda is the President's Report. And it's for a short season that we had of summer. It seems like the board has been very busy. Usually it's a quiet time for us, but busier for Dr. Haiti and her staff. On August 14th, I spoke at the New Teachers Orientation and Ice Cream Social at the Windsor Historical Society, which they sponsored and co-sponsored by the Windsor Chamber of Commerce. Thanks to Mayor Black Burke for welcoming our new teachers as well. And it was well attended and a good way of starting the year. On August 19th, I spoke at Convocation, called this year Convo-Nation, which combined Convocation and Dr. Haiti's Windsor Nation, which often happened the next day. Several board members were in attendance, including, and I apologize if I missed somebody, Ms. Taylor, Mr. Lockhart, Mr. Panos, Mr. Wollaston, Ms. Otter, and I know Mr. Madison had to leave a little early, but he was there in the beginning of it. And it's always great to hear. Jeremy? Mr. Halleck, I apologize to you.
I saw him when I was scooting out to work.
That's why I made sure I added that to my statement, because I didn't go back to my notes. But as I mentioned earlier, it's always great to hear from the Teacher of the Year and the Paraeducator of the Year. And it's great to see teachers coming back and seeing their friends. So I know for teachers, it's when my wife was a teacher, I couldn't use the S word, school, until the end of August. So I know it's a bittersweet time. I attended the Back to School block party on August 21st at Windsor High School. It was well attended. The weather was great. I've enjoyed this new tradition where all the schools are represented in one place. I know I saw, again, here I go with I didn't see everyone because I spent most of my time at the Windsor robotics booth.
You're kidding.
But what a surprise. But I did see Mr. Panos and Ms. Taylor, Ms. Zotter. I don't know, Leonard, if you were there or not.
With the truck.
Okay, but the fire truck was there. And thanks to all the Windsor Public School staff that was there, all wearing their colors, especially the red shirts from Convo Nation. And thanks so much to the school food service staff for helping out, and the Kiwanis, and I know Amazon had a hand in it, and many other sponsors to make it affordable and a fun time to welcome people back. I know my grandchildren, even though they don't live in Windsor, enjoyed the bounce house. And thank you. I know Dr. Mallory was front and center as this is a big event for Family Resource and the SEL presence there. And it's a great opportunity for new children to meet administrators and teachers as well at the different booths, so all the schools are laid out there. On the first day of school, I attended the Calling All Men event at Windsor High School, Sage Park, and Pequannock. I know I saw Mr. Madison. He had a sign there. He was in most of the pictures too. As a retiree, I'll have to bring a sign.
Good idea.
Former board member. I know I saw Mr. Madison and Mr. Lockhart, and Dr. Haiti was there with many folks from central office welcoming our students. Usually the high school students, they finally have to get up early, and so at 7 o'clock, most of them have their heads down. As you get Sage Park, there's a little more excitement in the air, and it's always fun to be at the elementary schools. I didn't go to OE this year. I did go to Pequannock, and to see those kids, especially loving to high five all the dads and stuff that are out there. It's a great way to kind of introduce them in a non-threatening way of starting the school year. So it's a good tradition that we've been doing for several years now. I know the mobile classroom has been all over Windsor this summer. Again, kudos to Dr. Haiti and also the staff that's been staffing it all through the summer and making this magical bus available. We were able to reach students and families where they are, and not just having folks come to a school or to a building. And I think that's significant. And I know our secretary and CABE president, Leonard Lockhart, gave a shout out to our district and the mobile classroom today on channel 61. So thank you, Leonard, for doing that. As I mentioned earlier, the board has been very busy in this summer, plus we've already had a long-range planning committee and a lot of work done by Tracy and the long-range planning committee members. We have a policy committee meeting coming up and 2 curriculum meetings, all in the next couple of weeks, so it's been busy. That's my report, or I'll take any questions if there are any. Ms. Taylor.
Not a question, but just a quick shout out to the team over at Sage Park under Leanna Jorgensen's charge. What I love, first of all, I love the back to school barbecue. I used to do the one at JFK, and it was hard to do, and the feedback has always been, it's just a lot. Could we bring this together? So it's so great that we do it all together, and I think it's just an amazing turnout. You can't find parking. When you can't find parking, people get upset. I get excited, because that means that people are there. But I just want to shout out the fact that for the back to school, event, she opens the doors of Sage for folks to do tours if they want to. And I think that's just a value add, these little things that meets parents and families where they're at, especially those kiddos that are going to 6th grade. I've done it twice, and it's hard. The school looks really big. So any opportunity to come and meet and greet, and I know all of you have those opportunities, but I just love the fact that the entire campus is open like that. I think it's just a really great thing, and people have given me feedback saying, wow, that's really smart to open up the doors of Sage Park. So thank you for doing that.
Any other questions or comments? Next item on the agenda is setting the graduation date. Dr. Haiti?
Each year, the Board of Education must vote on the date for graduation. We have requested that the board approve Tuesday, June 9, 2026, as the date for graduation. Graduation will be held at the Bushnell in Hartford, Connecticut. Connecticut state law now allows the graduation date to be set early on in the school year.
Thank you. Is there a motion?
There is. I move the Board of Education approve Tuesday, June 9th, 2026, as the graduation date for the class of 2026.
Is there a second?
I second that motion.
Motion made by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Panos. Is there any discussion?
People can stop calling me.
After tonight, in minutes from now,
Right.
cut those calls off. Motion was made by Ms. Taylor to set the graduation date of June 9th, and it was seconded by Mr. Panos. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstention, motion carries 9-0-0. Next item on the agenda is the CABE Level 2 Distinction Award. Is there a motion? Yeah, defer to you.
I am deferring to CABE President, what is it, Reverend Doctor, what is it this time? No, I'm just kidding. Leonard O. Lockhart.
It's with pride that I move the Board of Education approves the submission of the required criteria for the CABE Level 2 Distinction Award to be submitted by the Superintendent's Office.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Mr. Lockhart, seconded by Ms. Taylor. Discussion, Mr. Lockhart.
It's with humility, again, that Windsor continues to tell its story about our board governance and how we actually operate in comparison of our peers. And believe it or not, we are held in high regard throughout the state on how we conduct our meetings. People even recognize that we have some contentious meetings, but we get down to the matter of actually getting stuff done, budgets passed, whether we agree with them or not. We deal with policy on a regular basis. We deal with curriculum on a regular basis. So it's the work that we do as a board is not taken lightly by those around the state. When we first started trying to get this recognition, it started in 18 and 19 when we got to level 1, and you have to be at level 1 for a certain amount of years before you can get the top tier, which is level 2. And then we had COVID that hit in 20, so there was no conference there. So we've been consecutive with this award, whether it's level 1 or level 2, since 2018. And there's not many districts in the state that can say that. That's not because I'm on the board. I have no say as board president because my district is always in the running. So as a board member, I have no say in the deliberations. So, but it's always humbling to have us win the award, come together as a complete board, and be able to take pictures with the Commissioner of Education, and then have it memorialized on our wall. This is great work that we're doing as a board, and I want this board to not take it lightly, that it's just yet another award. It's actually a level of distinction that a lot of boards attempt to obtain and get rejected for. So it's competitive, and I want us to continue to be the top of what we do in the state.
Thank you. Anyone else want to speak to this? Mr. Panos?
I'll just say that I respectfully abstain. I wish you well on this. Just a few items, you know, like, for example, we have, we're supposed to develop district goals and review them on a regular basis. I don't think we've done that as well as we are supposed to. Now, we certainly have done professional development. We have adopted a policy on civility, but I think we have some work to go on that. I think, we do have appropriate use of technology. I think we could do more with the Board of Education works to improve student achievement. So it's not that I don't agree with these, but I guess quantitatively, I'll just say. So thank you.
Anyone else to speak to? Ms. Cantor?
Thank you. I think those are the two I have concerns about. I think we met all the other ones, but I think, you know, you have a policy on civility, and you have a policy, but it doesn't always meet. You know, you're not in requirements of that. There are a lot of times that people aren't civil on the board here, and I don't think you met that. And then I think you can do a better job with the grades, so I'm gonna abstain on those two.
Anyone else? Mr. Wallison?
Yes, very respectfully, I'd just like to say that the points that my peers across the aisle have made is exactly why I believe we deserve this award. We're a board as a collective who still strives to reach even higher. You know, we can look at these things and we can say, you know what, we might be able to do a much better job on this in the term to come. And that's a realistic goal for us to set and be inspired by those words. I'd like to say as well, just as Secretary Lockhart mentioned, when you look around our state, it gets very ugly in some of these towns, and we're able to conduct business pretty well, having been completely elected. So we're not a board who is appointed. We're completely elected by the people. We're just regular people who decided that we want to be here, and we are relatively much more civil than a lot of people who handle business in towns that are not too far from our town. So I thank you guys for your comments, and I really do appreciate them, and I hope that's something that we can work towards in this upcoming year.
Anyone else? Ms. Taylor?
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. I was going to point out, but you put the nail on the head of, you know, emerging. You know, you're striving for greatness, as our kiddos are striving for greatness, and they're emerging and they're working towards. Boards across the country have made the national news by the way they conduct business. I think a feather in our cap is the bipartisan budget that we were able to pass. We were able to come to, you know, an agreement across the aisle to pass a budget that, you know, we had to pass to move forward to the town council, and it was widely received because of the fact that it started with, you know, the motion and then bipartisan support across the aisle. So I think that that's collaboration in and of itself. People are going through and not having a budget at all because they can't come to terms with how to move forward. And I think that we were able to show the public that we were able to do something pretty monumental. And yes, a couple of folks were unable to join in the effort, but I think that bipartisan showing in that board budget passing was a really amazing feather in our cap.
Thank you. Anyone else? Mr. Lockhart.
Thank you very much. So all the comments are well received. For the listening public, there's a rubric that we go by, and there's certain check boxes that you have an opportunity to hit with each section. And if you hit a certain amount, you get those boxes. There's some boxes that you can just totally just bypass as long as you have the appropriate amount of boxes in each section. And the only thing I want to say is, as a board, to Ms. Taylor's point, this has been a very bipartisan board, where we've agreed bipartisan and we've disagreed in bipartisan fashion. The fact is that we have those hard, difficult discussions, and that we're able, at the end of the day, whatever the vote is, it is what it is. And a lot of times, it's either 5-4 or it's a mix of different. So it's never the same vote part of the time. And it highlights the work that we're actually doing as a board. So I'm hoping that CAVE sees fit to award us this again. And I'm hoping that those that are at the conference, whether you support it or not, please participate in the group photo, because that's a photo that we then take and bring it back to the district, and it's about the whole board.
Mr. Halleck.
You have a comment?
Yes, thank you, Mr. President. For me, this is, you know, obviously we can always improve and do better. You know, I think, you know, all the comments are on both sides of the aisle are well received. as far as, this award, I just feel it's, on things that we do, it's a smaller issue, honestly. It's a very small issue, whether or not, you know, there are a lot of bigger issues and concerns for this board, as we move forward. You know, I feel, I guess we have a bigger fish to fry, if you will. And I'm fine supporting this, at this time.
Thank you. Anyone else? Anybody else for a first time? Mr. Wallison.
Yeah, and I'll just say that kind of displays a lot of what we feel here on the board. So many times there's been just one or two of us on either side of the aisle that will be pretty close aligned, and I feel like it displays how we represent our community as a whole, because just because one side of the aisle identifies with one party and the other identifies with another doesn't mean we can't have like-minded views. So I think that's something that's pretty cool about our board. There's sometimes that we are just strictly party line on some issues, but on others we can find common ground, and I think that's a pretty cool thing to be a part of.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yeah. I got
Mr. Madison.
I love this board. This is the easiest job in town, and nobody knows it because we try to pretend that it's a big fight. It's not. Eric, the state dictates the policy, right? The lawyers interpret it. We basically sign off on it. We fight on the budget. We posture 1 or 2% our direction. You posture 1 or 2% your direction. We may sincerely believe it, but we all know it's not moving more than a percentage point or two in either direction. And then there's about a half dozen grievances a year that get past the administration and past the principals and past the unions, and we have to figure it out. So we go into executive session. And it's incredibly gray and muddy, and it has nothing to do with partisan anything. We just hash it out, and we wonder what we should do, and it's really hard, and we come together or we don't, and we vote. This is the easiest job in town. It's amazing we can't find 10 people to do it. This board, I've been around for a long time, not so much in politics, but in my corporate environment, and this is a fun team to be on. We get things done, and the number one way I judge the quality of this board is by what I see on the ground with my kids. And so when I go into school, and I go into those events, and I do things like Veterans Day and Career Day, and I go and I watch all the kids come to school, and the high schoolers ignore us, and the middle schoolers sort of ignore us, and the grade schoolers actually don't. It's great. I love these schools. I look at this from a guy. I told you I do corporate governance, right, at a large scale, and I look at the things that I would look for artifacts. This is solid. Perfect is never the bar. We're a bunch of human beings. We're all flawed, or therefore we aggregate together we flawed. All right, but the fact is, I think we do a cranking good job, and I'm excited that we submit ourselves to this and that we win it. So, go team.
I guess that's it.
He must love Windsor School.
Anybody want a sticker? I got a whole bunch of...
James, that's why you're
Taylor?
my buddy. I appreciate you. Thank you.
And that was one of the things we did just for the public. We did have a board evaluation of ourselves. And one of the things that did come out from both sides of the aisle was the need to highlight best practices going on in our schools, things that could be replicated at another school if it's doing well there. And so I know, being that we have a full board meeting this time, I know next time we will have a presentation from another school or another, I think, central office probably, on things that are happening that we want to be able to share and talk about. When Windsor comes to the CABE conference, which is held every year, usually everybody who can make it, now obviously work schedules, I don't have the work schedule problem as a retiree, but unless there's a work schedule problem, we all come. We attend, we talk to each other on both sides of the aisle. What workshop are you going to go to? Oh, if you're going to go to that one, maybe I won't, I'm going to go to this one. Or sometimes we go to the same one and then able to talk about that workshop. And there's so much information there. And we sit and break bread together. Usually we're having our meals, as much as we want to meet other people around the state, it's nice to be able to, in a social environment where we don't have the requirements of, is there a quorum, can we not speak together? And I think, on civility, I don't disagree with that board has had issues with that. The issue should be with CABE, not having the standard be, we have a policy on civility, but that's a good something that we can talk to CABE about. How is that demonstrated as well, and not just be something we just check a box for? But in this case, that's what it is. So, and there's other things in here. Again, I won't be here in the next term, but I don't know who will be involved with policy, or maybe we know somebody at CABE, president or past president, where we can pass those things along. How do we, if this is the standard by a board of distinction, what are we not getting at by checking some of these boxes so that we can be the best board we can be? There used to be a project, the Lighthouse Project, Leonard, where, and we can do that too, about how do we as board members bring value and the kinds of value we can have to the district. That's part of our CABE dues. So are we perfect? No, I would say that. But we have talked about some of the things. I think moving forward, we now have a strategic plan that Dr. Haiti has laid out, and we should look back at our policies that we have. What are our goals? To say, wait a second, some of these are not in line with those. So how can we work with the administration? I know we are hoping to have a kickoff of that, something beyond our normal kickoff with Attorney Mooney after the election. So I welcome that, and a great opportunity for both sides of the aisle for people to come up with ideas of how we improve the district and how we work well together. So at this point, does anyone else have anything to say? I'll make, the motion has been made by Mr. Lockhart, seconded by Ms. Taylor. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions? Motion carries 7-0, 2 abstentions. Next item on the agenda is the superintendent's report. Dr. Haiti.
All right, thank you. So to start, I'm going to call on Ms. Batchelder to give us a quick update on transportation.
Okay, new this year, DATCO is actually able to quantify and chart inbound and outbound calls. So it was interesting to have this information that was shared with me. So I wanted to inform everybody here that on the very first day of school, the number of inbound calls, so calls made to DATCO by our families, were 316, with an average call time of 3 minutes and 36 seconds. The peak for both AM and PM was regarding elementary pickup and elementary drop-off, and it was an 8 a.m. and a 4 p.m. where 75 calls came in, all within that time frame. So that was over half of the total inbound calls for the day. The next day, they had 123 inbound calls. So it just shows you that first day, it's a little rough. You know, they were talking to families for over 3 minutes per call. That the next day, it dropped to 2 minutes and 20 seconds on average. And again, the peak area was at 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. But I just wanted to point out that how much the call volume dropped after that first day. And like I've always report regarding drivers, we currently have 43 routes and 45 drivers. 40 of the 45 drivers are Windsor drivers, so they have 5 drivers that they bring in from other towns to help us. They have 2 drivers that just passed last week, and they're just waiting for their license, and then 2 more in training. So we should be able to give back our drivers that came from other districts, you know, within the month. That's all I have.
Thank you. All right, so I have some of the same items that Mr. Fury reported on, but I'm gonna still just add my flavor to it and just share some of the things that I'm very proud of. So on August 19, as Mr. Fury mentioned, we welcomed back our teachers and staff for our convention 2025, and we were very happy to have Mayor Nushat Blackberg and Mr. Fury and our town manager, Peter Souza, welcome our teachers back. We were also very happy to hear from Danielle Franklin and our educator of the year, our para and educator of the year, Ellie Lloyd, and just kick off the year in a very nice, positive manner. And I have to say, it was very, very nice to see almost all of you. I have to say, teachers came down to me and made a point to tell me that it's very nice to see board members. So I do appreciate the time that all of you have taken to show up and welcome our teachers back. Also, we want to thank the Windsor Historical Society and the Windsor Chamber of Commerce for hosting our new teachers ice cream social. This has been a yearly tradition that we hold very dear, and our teachers, our new teachers, really enjoyed the time they spent there. On August 21st, as mentioned before, we had our OFCP 4th annual back to school block party, and I do want to publicly acknowledge the hard work that Dr. Michael Mallory has put into planning this entire party, along with his entire staff, from our registration coordinator, our FRCs, family resource coordinators, and our SEL specialists. Everybody jumped and helped in. We had over 2,000 meals and ice cream served. We had over 400 backpacks that were handed out. The Windsor Police Department was also there. We also want to publicly acknowledge the contribution that Amazon has made, was $20,000 and 15 volunteers for the event. The Kiwanis Club of Windsor was $2,500 worth of school supplies, book bags, and volunteers for the event. Niagara Water for donating a full pallet of water bottles. DSM Entertainment Firm for donating 100 book bags. MDC Water for donating, for having the mobile water station available for us. For the Windsor Chamber of Commerce for the different donations that members have donated of school supplies. And last but definitely not least, our very, very own Patty Patton from Food Services and her entire food services team that have just worked throughout the entire night to cook and serve hot dogs and burgers. So it was such a great event, and we're looking forward to planning our 5th annual event next year. Windsor Public Schools, we started our first day of school on August 25th. Calling was our tradition of calling all men. Again, it was very, very nice to see the number of dads and other father figures that have showed up to welcome our students back. This year, we have, as shared by our student rep earlier today, we have rolled out the 4 C's, which all of you should have our new magnet, and I promised everybody that this is going to be the last wheel, so no more wheels. So we have our academic wheel, which is over there, and this is our culture wheel. So this is our Windsor Way. When we say Windsor Way, we're talking about the 4 C's. We kicked off the year with all our teachers at Convo Nation talking about how this is really what it is to be a Windsor a Windsor warrior, a Windsor teacher, a Windsor staff member, a Windsor student, showing that we're caring, we're committed, we're creative, and we're courageous. I am very, very happy to see that it has become part of the language, not just of our staff and our, but also our students. And, it was very, very evident this today when our student rep presented that students are actually talking about it, teachers are talking about it, and this is, the hope is that this becomes what we do and what we're known for here in Windsor. We want to also thank our community member, Mark Fearon, for his generous donation of 2 trumpets from his childhood to the Windsor High School Music Department. It's always nice to see our community members giving back to their schools. So thank you for that donation. Again, the mobile classroom was featured on WTNH and WSFB. Both of them, both of the segments are available on our website. Also, there will be an interview coming out in the Windsor Journal in the next couple of weeks by Jean Kieris about the new things and the great things that are happening in Windsor Public Schools, so please be on the lookout. Our president, David Fury, has earned the CABE's Master Board of Education Member Resignation.
So that was kicking you off.
Very few board members have received this honor. This is a recognition of his commitment to public education and to the children of Windsor Public Schools, so congratulations. The Windsor mobile classroom will be on display this Friday for touring at the Longest Table event that is sponsored by the Hunger Action Team on Friday, September 19. The bus will be parked outside the library from 4:30 to 7. Coffee talks will resume again this year. Our first official coffee talk of the year is scheduled for Tuesday, September 23rd at The Bean at 226 Broad Street at 10 a.m. Please RSVP on the district website. Prior to the Board of Education regular meeting on October 21st from 6 to 7, we will be holding a farewell reception celebrating our outgoing Board of Education members who are no longer going to be with us, President David Fury and Board Member Jill Cantor. The community is invited to attend to show gratitude for their service. Also, I do want to publicly just acknowledge the hard work and dedication that our staff have shown in the past 4 weeks of school. I walk every single building every week, and just the commitment of our staff is just beyond anything I can talk about. It really makes me very, very proud to be able to sit here and tell you all that we do have such a dedicated group of teachers, and the potential is endless. Our kids are amazing, and I see great things happening in this year and in coming years. And that concludes my report.
Okay, part of, under your report, though, there's a number of items, I think Dr. Batchelder.
You promoted her.
Yeah. Batchelder, staffing update.
Yes, so I'm going to call Ms. Batchelder to give us a staffing update and our fiscal year 2025 end-of-year financial report.
Okay, so staffing update, we've done everything we normally do. We advertise, we go to our career fairs, all of the administrators behind me. I have to actually fend them off and say, no, I can only take 3 or 4 to career fairs. They always want to go, which is great. And we had a great turnout this school year for teacher hires. We were fully staffed. I don't remember the last time we've been fully staffed for our certified staff since I've been here, so that was huge. And special ed was usually the area that we could never really fill at 100%, and we're filled, so that was great. The new staff teacher orientation, we did that as well, 3 days. I just wanted to point out, myself and Kathy Zager, my HR manager, met with Heather Lodge this afternoon, actually, for about a half hour to kind of debrief from our ice cream social that we do with the Historical Society. And it was funny because she was brand new. Everyone was brand new this year, so they didn't know what I was talking about when I said, we're coming. I'm bringing about 50 people, and it's an ice cream social. Everything went great. You wouldn't ever have known that no one, had done it before over there. But Heather came and was like, I have some ideas. I really want to make it better. I'm like, give it to me. And I am so excited for next year, and I do not even want to tell you guys, but we're going to have almost like a field trip for all of our new teachers, tours and little museum games, and we're going to go into the medicine area. So she is so excited. She's already trying to get recruits and volunteers for all of our teachers to do these little groups. So I'm excited to report for next year the difference in the change that we're going to do, at least for that one. And for our newly hired certified employees, we had 31 this year. The breakdown between male and female is 22.6 male and 77.4 female. And of our newly hired certified staff, 38% of them are educators of color, which makes our district-wide percentage of certified staff of color now stands at 26.1. Any questions on that?
Any questions regarding staffing? Update.
And I'm sorry. Can I just go on to the next one?
Yeah, the next item, we can start with a motion.
I move that the board approves the return of $6,731 to the town with the details of the projected budget/category surpluses and deficits as attached. Final amount subject to completion of the audit.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Panos. Ms. Batchelder, do you want to?
So everything is exactly how I said back in June. I froze the budget last February timeframe to 2025 because of our insurance claims were absolutely skyrocketing. So all additional funds that we could recruit from freezing the budget went into our insurance fund at year end, which is why that is in the negative, because we have spent more than we budgeted, but we were able to offset it on other line items.
Are there questions for Ms. Batchelder? Okay, thank you. Nathan?
Yes, I had a question. I'm sorry. I was just wondering what exactly the change in law for the magnet school tuition cap, how did that like really look and the effect it had on us?
So it changed, right? So last year we weren't sure if it was going to change. So we have around 700 to the good on 24-25. So it's a 58% cap. So we had already passed our budget for 25-26. So we're going to see probably the same amount as a surplus for this year as well. I'm told that we can plan for that each year. And when we get to budget, it is definitely something we need to discuss because it's a big chunk of money that if they change their mind, we have to put back probably at that point close to $1 million. Will hurt our budget if we don't at least kind of remain flat. But we could talk more during budget season.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Mr. Panos?
Yeah, could you develop a little, the special ed tuition, surprisingly, $1 million in the plus, and so what, is that something that we did, or is this just the usual fluctuation that we have?
Oh, no, there's no fluctuation. It's absolutely what Mary Christopher
You've given, well, there's
So
no point
what
in
exactly,
passing this.
is it on? Is it on?
You've given
Can
the
you hear me?
answer.
So what exactly is your question?
The question is it something that we did? We have, $1 million out of a 6.7 million budget. We have, almost, like 15% of it, 16% is returned back. In the past, I've noticed that this was usually an item that was overspent. And
So we've been working really hard. We've been working really hard to build our in-district programs to maximize students staying in district. We brought back multiple students from out of district, which saved us $1 million plus. And we've also been, in our office in PSES, we've been auditing the CREC bills. And we found discrepancies that they've been overcharging us. And so we've earned credits that offset those costs as well. So we've been really, really diligent about checking bills that come in, looking where we can have savings, building up our capacity in our in-districts programs, working with the schools and administrators. specialized training for staff so that we can bring these kids back to staff that's well-trained.
Do we encounter any problems of bringing certain students back that we can't have, we don't have enough facilities?
I've been bringing back students since I first came back here in October 2023, and no student that I brought back to district has been a problem,
Okay,
not a one. We still have multiple students outplaced.
all right.
The ones that need it, get it.
But I do appreciate that you're auditing the bills, because I've always wondered this for years.
I have to give a lot of that credit to Marina Casano, my exec, because she's a Windsor native. She lives in Windsor and she's a taxpayer, and you ain't getting double dollars from her if she can help it.
Okay, yes, thank you very much, very good, excellent.
Any other questions? Mr. Madison?
So when you're recruiting, I had the dubious pleasure of being on the negotiations with the union this year. Thanks, Leonard. And it was actually extremely informative.
Fun times.
But listen, our town is basically the same as every other town. That's the first thing the lawyer did is he came in and said, look, here's what every town around you is increasing. You know what we did by the end? Pretty much what every town around us is doing, right? So pay is what it is in this field, I assume, right? How do you draw talent is my first question. Like, what kind of things, if two or three, just top level items that you, when you're trying out there recruiting, you say, hey, you should come to work in Windsor because, and then my second question is, do you ever have people come up to you and say, hey, I heard about Windsor, I want to be there? I'm looking for the non-monetary motivation for people to be here.
Yeah, so I'm going to pub Dr. Feynman because she's definitely by far the best recruiter we have. I don't even know where she finds some people. She just like starts pulling them out. Lindsay Jardine was a huge recruiter for us for during this past school year. Excuse me, I can't talk tonight. The career fair at UConn is huge, and that is really where we get a lot of our new staff from. And what's great is that we have a collaboration with them, so a lot of them are our interns doing their student teaching, and the principals jazz them up and they want to stay. But you know, it's interesting because one of the things, and it really came out more this year. I don't know why this year and not in past years. Maybe everyone's just feeling good and more comfortable, but the tone that I felt that whenever I was talking to new hires, it was like they were coming because of like the feeling they had, you know, and it was from the whole time of through the interviews, through talking with me, and it was, a lot of them just kept saying, I don't know, it's just something, I just want to be there. It's like the feeling of it, which was really nice to like hear over and over and over again. So that's kudos to all of our administrators in the room.
Ms. Taylor?
Yes, so I can tell you, I've been out places. I've even been at my former employer, and a colleague of mine knew I was on the board, and her daughter was like interviewing. She was like, she really wants to be there, and can you tell me about it? I feel like we're all walking, talking billboards for the district. If you love what you do and you share that with the people around you, it's catchy. And she knew I was on the board. She knew I'm passionate about this work. And so it's so exciting. She got the job. It had nothing necessarily to do with it, but she looked very happy. She was like, talk to my daughter. She's so happy that I talked to you. And this is how this happens. You know me, coming from a recruiting standpoint, it's the culture and climate. And to your point about, you know, if someone's, you know, interning, if they have a terrible experience, they're not going to want to convert, right? Not only are, you know, we interviewing talent, but they're interviewing us. And so if they don't get that feeling, the talent right now, they can say later, they have choices. So the fact that they do land here, the fact that we don't have any certified staff openings is huge. It does not happen. There are districts right now scrambling. And so that's a shout out to the entire team. Because if you all do love what you do, when people come into the building, it's really catchy. So thank you all for being walking, talking billboards.
Yeah, because what I'm fishing for is what can we as
Mr. Madison?
Yeah, just the pay is what it is. I mean, corporations have the same thing. Pay scales are what they are at every major institution. I'm just looking for the non-monetary motivators that would motivate people here because you want the best talent you can get. And people who are really solid talent are going to look for non-monetary things because the pay scales are what they are. And I'm just curious, like anything that maps to the board, not for an answer, just say what maps to the board that we can do that the things that would draw the best talent, given that the pay scales are pretty much are what they are in central Connecticut. So, thank you.
Maybe that's something down the road that we send some gung-ho board members. Maybe even new officers to join that. So I think that's.
There you go.
We won't bite you, Mr. Pano.
No, I know. For sure. Promotion.
Okay, there's a motion that was on the floor made by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Panos, of approving a return of $6,731 to the town, final amount subject to an audit. All those in favor, say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstention, motion carries 9-0-0. Dr. Haiti, now we come to the assessment data overview.
I would like to call up Dr. Feynman and Ms. Williams to present our 24-25 assessment data. We're going to be presenting iReady, PSAT, SAT, and AP scores.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. I was gonna say now, say that again like I used to do with my students.
Good evening.
All right, so who's gonna be clicking it? Okay. All right, so Dr. Feynman and I are just going to give you an overview of some of our data from the end of last school year, from our 2024-2025 school year. And so, Robin, how do you want us to give you a clue?
Give me a nod or...
All right, let's rock and roll then. All right. Okay. So as we're looking at our first slide, this is our reading data from our primary schools. And at our primary schools, our grade 2 students take the reading assessment for iReady. And what we have done here is we've shown you the end of the year along with the beginning of the year. So the end of the year is demonstrating that our students at Oliver Ellsworth had a 52 percentage point increase from the beginning of the year. That's right, clap, that's right, clap it up. And our students at Pequannock School had a 40% increase. And so Oliver Ellsworth ended at 86% of their, yeah, clap it up. Oliver Ellsworth ended up with 86% of their students at or above grade level, and Pequannock ended up with 74% of their second grade students at or above grade level. Again, and the numbers are there for you to see. They also decreased. The other part we want to highlight is the percentage of students that were in the red. That means that they were 3 or more years below grade level. So that's really, significant. And you'll see that at Oliver Ellsworth, they ended the year with only 2% of their students at 3 years or below. And our, actually for both of them, they were both at 2%, both Pequannock and Oliver Ellsworth. So that's a lot of good work from our administrators, our teachers, really pinpointing what the needs of our students are and providing them the support that they need. So we can move on to the next slide, Robin. All right. So you'll see, and this slide is our iReady performance for math. And for math, students take it in grades K, kindergarten, first grade, and second grade. And again, you are going to see that at Oliver Ellsworth, we had an increase of 59 percentage points. So they started at the year at 15% at or above grade level and throughout the 3 grades, and they ended at 74%. And Pequannock, they had an increase of 55%. They started at 19%, and they also ended at 74%. So a lot of good work in pinpointing and utilizing all of our staff to support our students. Our grade 3 through 5 performance reading data. So at Clover Street School, we saw a 15%, what am I trying to say? 15% point increase, that's what I'm trying to say. And at John F. Kennedy, we had an 18% increase. And Clover ended at 52%, and John F. Kennedy ended at 57%. And again, we saw a large decrease in the students that were receiving, that were at 3 or more grade levels below in both schools. So what I want to show you, I don't want, before I go to math, sorry. And then for math for grades 3 through 5, our students at Clover Street School ended the year with 49% at or above grade level, and at Kennedy it was 51% at or above grade level. And they both had about a 30% increase from the beginning of the year, and you'll see there was a similar decrease for our students that were 3 or more grade levels below. Okay. Next slide, Robin. So one of the things that iReady tracks, which is extremely helpful for our teachers, is something that's called annual typical growth, right? So they look at what an average second grader, average third grader, average fourth grader, fifth grader, all of the grade levels, what they should be making within a year's time. And then they calculate that information along with how the child placed on their diagnostic placement. So they take those two indicators and they come up with an annual typical growth for each individual student. So at the end of, so we just finished our reading iReady. So all students have a target growth, an annual typical growth target for the end of the year. And teachers and interventionists, our math specialists, our reading specialists, they use that data to determine how we're going to support our students with our small group instruction. And so what we've seen, so that's one area. And then the other area is the stretch growth. The stretch growth is where they want to try to have students extend their learning, accelerate where they can typically grow. So it's beyond the typical growth, okay? So if you turn to the next slide, you're going to see for grades 2 through 5 in reading that for the median, so what we would be looking at would be 100% for their annual typical growth. You'll see for the median for grades 2 through 5, students earn more growth than what was typical in a year, right? So for grade 2, 78% of our students met their annual typical growth and beyond, right? So that is kudos again to our teachers working really hard. And then if we look at the iReady math growth for grades K through 5, you'll see 5 out of the 6 grades earn more growth than is typical in a year. However, grade 4 was right there. They were right at the cusp, right? We talk about the cusp and pushing our kids over. Grade 4, they were right there, very close to meeting that 100% median.
Can I ask a question as we go, or should I wait till the end?
It's up to you.
I just really want to understand structurally what this slide is saying. Can you go back up for just a second? Because this is what I'm looking for, is the one with the bars. Yeah, either one will do.
Oh.
That's fine.
Yep.
All right. So one of the things you always look for with metrics is relative to benchmark. What is the benchmark you're relative to, right? So one of the challenges I have with all the green and yellow bars is that's beginning of the year, end of the year. Well, of course I would expect the kid to progress, right? Mm-hmm. What's more interesting is things like end of year, year over year. What is the end of the year? Because I want to see if the school system's actually doing better, right? So I know the kids are going to move. I have no idea whether 59% at Oliver Ellsworth is a good thing, but I think what is on this blue bar slide is that there's some benchmark that you're talking about here.
But this is still from the beginning of the year to the end of the year.
It is.
It is. And so if I took that test, this is about my growth, my individual growth from September, when it was taken, to May, June.
Okay.
How much did Michelle grow?
Right. And
within that year?
Yeah. And that's represented in what bar on this slide? What's the 100% benchmark of progress? We said the 4th grade for math. What's that?
The median would be, if you look at the first, where the rectangle box is.
Yeah.
So this area here is the annual typical growth of what I already said I would have, as Michelle, would have achieved for my annual typical growth. Did I meet that, or did I exceed that?
Hang on, there's a benchmark hiding in there, isn't there? Your expectation, what you would grow in a year.
Would be 100% would be the median, right? Yeah.
Can I
go ahead.
say something maybe that will help? So if you look at grade 2, so it tells you that 78% of students in grade 2.
Reading or math?
Yeah, reading. All right, reading.
The 2-5, grade 2-5.
Reading.
Reading, yes.
Yeah.
So 78% students in grade 2 have met their average progress, when you look at the typical growth, is 144%. So it's 144% is the average typical growth of the 78% that have met their goal and beyond.
I think he was asking what is the benchmark.
I get what you're saying.
Yeah.
So you're asking about the benchmark of the typical growth? So the benchmark is based on the grade level. So second grade, their benchmark is at the, like midway through the year, the benchmark is half second grade content. So when you look at an individual score, like if you look at your child's score, under each domain, you will see either early second, mid-second, or late second. So the benchmark moves depending on when they take the assessment throughout the year. When you look at typical growth, that is the benchmark of end-of-year expectation. So the expectation is that by mid-year, so when we take our January iReady, we expect to have at least a 50% typical growth, because that's half the year. Kids are expected to reach 100% of their typical growth by the end of the year, but what we're saying here is that we've had more kids reach more than 100% of their typical growth. So they have made 1 year worth of growth plus some more.
Gotcha. But where's that typical come from? Is that like a nationwide standard to
Well,
benchmark?
so that's what,
Ready,
yes,
yes.
that's
So
what
that
iReady
is-
was.
It's based on the grade level and how that child performed on the diagnostic assessment.
It's taking into consideration what we need to get kids to be on grade level. So your typical growth, if you start second grade way behind me, will be higher than my typical growth, because it's taken into account where you started and trying to catch you up. Obviously, some students on some grades won't be able to catch up in a year, but it calculates over time how much typical growth you need to make in order for you to eventually catch up.
And Dr. Haiti, I just want to, correct me if I'm wrong, the benchmark, as far as typical growth is concerned, it could be different, like in the sense that if a student's 3 years, is measuring 3 years behind at the beginning of the year, we wouldn't necessarily, or the program wouldn't necessarily expect them to meet the same benchmark as someone who's ahead at the beginning of the year. So the benchmark itself might be different for different students. This is measuring their growth. So that benchmark could be different depending on where you started at the beginning of the year, where we'd expect that kid to go. It would be very difficult if a student's 3 or 4 years behind in reading, that they would meet the same benchmark as a student that's starting 2 years ahead in reading.
Yeah, thank you.
Can I ask a question too? So I'm looking at, we had an extra piece of paper, okay. So, and just so I understand how the benchmarks potentially can move. So when I look at, let's say I look at the second grade, 2023, 2024 iReady data for reading. So 50, for second grade, 33% were at or above benchmark at the start of the year, 82% were at or above benchmark at the end of the year. But then if I go to the 2024, 2025 data, I'm going to go to grade 3, because that should technically be what was grade 2 in 2023, 2024, and they're starting at 50% that are at or above grade level. So the expectation of what you are at the end of second grade, but the beginning of third grade has a different benchmark?
No, so they don't have this. This is what I provided.
sorry. So sorry.
The board, based on a request of a board member. So yes.
I'm trying to see it from here.
I'm so sorry, I didn't realize.
So just two things. Going back to Mr. Madison, this is what you were talking about. This is the data that you need in order to see from year to year. That's the additional data I gave you. It's color coded so that you can follow the cohort from first grade to second grade to third grade. What Ms. Zotter is asking is, yes, so they ended the year at 82% at or above, and they started at 50%. So a couple of things. We know summer slide exists. However, that's what we're trying to really battle. Like, that's what we're trying, because in a perfect world, we would love our students to end second grade and start third grade exactly where they ended. That never happens. So there is a slide. The 82 to 50 is actually not a bad slide compared to other grade levels. They have a way greater slide, but you're reading it right. The benchmark did not change per grade level. So benchmark in third grade is different from benchmark in second grade, but when you see that 50, that means 50 are at or above their current grade level benchmark.
But that means you did raise the bar, right? So if I'm a kid coming, let's just keep using the example, right? So 82 out of, on second grade for 2023-2024, right, that 82. I go through the summer, I work my butt off, I still, even if I don't have summer slide, I show up in August 25th with a higher bar, don't I? In third grade, you're gonna test against a third grade expectation, not a second grade expectation.
Well, but you're testing against third grade, not end of year expectations. You're testing against third grade, beginning of year expectations.
But is the third year, beginning of year, a higher bar than second end of year?
It is, based on the standards,
Yeah,
yes.
you would just keep raising the bar.
Yes,
You're otherwise-
so
yeah,
that's
that makes
why, yes, you will see a slide, but because the bar did raise from second to third grade.
Exactly.
Thank you.
Our hope is that over time, from being in Windsor Public Schools, our kids get better and better over time. So if we follow the same cohort of kids over time, we would love to see them grow higher and higher. And when we look at SBAC scores at site, they allow us to look at the projection and how each cohort has done over the years to make sure that we're growing kids over time.
Mr. Madison, just is what you would find, I'm thinking from what you said, would you find it helpful to see that longitudinal data as we're looking at the same cohort over time? Is that something that?
Oddly, no. I'm just thinking as I talk, right? So this, if I say everything backwards, stop. I apologize. So what I'm looking at is like, okay, so what's more intriguing to me, see, look, as a board member, I'm trying to understand how good are the Windsor schools? And so ironically, it's not students I'm worried about, it's the schools, because if the schools are working, the students will be taken care of by you guys, because that's where the hard work is, right? When I look at this from our level, I say, okay, I'm more interested in, as an example, end of year performance year over year. See, because to me, that's the school getting better or worse, right? So that the kids get better in a spike of time is true enough. I'd be curious to know just the end of year second grade for 5 years running, end of year third grade 5 years running. It's the end of year performance that I think is the more intriguing number, because then I can say the schools are getting better.
And that's what you have, but you have 3 years right here. So if you look at like second grade in 22-23 ended at 58, and then in 23-24 ended at 72. So that tells you, as a school, as a district, second grade, we're doing better. So something is happening in second grade that we can say, okay, what is happening? What are teachers doing?
Yes.
But then in 24-25, we ended the school at 64. So this is what you're talking about. This is this right here.
That's exactly why I highlighted those bars before the meeting, right? So I'd be curious, just from a board perspective, to get the metrics like in that form with a graph that actually shows that, because that's showing the trend of the school's performance, which pulls the kids up in aggregate.
I struggle with that though, because that's the outlier, right? Because I think it's, for me personally, I think to understand how the cohorts are going, because each group of students is going to be incredibly unique. So to say that the school made this amount of growth with this group of students, but made less amount of growth with that next year, we have no idea what differences are happening in the dynamics of those kids. So I would just caution us to base our how good is Windsor schools based off of year end for a whole bunch of different students. Because I think that what really is telling us is when we have one group of students over the years, how is their growth? How are they growing? Are they continuing to grow? As opposed, because we're never going to know what the outliers are.
So, and can I just add one thing? That's why we don't, it's really comparing apples to oranges. So we don't compare cohorts to different cohorts. However, we do look at data from all different angles, because I do believe that data, like just one number does not tell you the whole story. So we look at all angles to target different things. So if we're looking at a curriculum, trying to see how effective a curriculum is, then we look at a certain set of data. If we're trying to look at how effective a team of teachers are in a grade level, then we look at certain data. I just refuse to allow iReady, just the one number, iReady data, to tell the whole story of the kids. And sometimes we look at these numbers and we make comments like, oh my God, like 50% of the kids can't read. I bet you if you walk in any of our classes and randomly pick kids, you will find more than 50% of kids who can read. We really look at these numbers to improve So we look at numbers to tell different stories based on what we're trying to do here. This is a very general overview so that we can just share with the community that we are seeing some positive trends, definitely not where we want to be, but we're very strategic, and I think this is part of holding ourselves accountable, because we definitely believe that we've got teachers that are amazing. Go in any class at any time, and I bet you will see top class, high class teaching happening, and we've got kids that have great potential. So we have work to do, but we've got the right people to do the work, and we've got kids who are ready to take on that work. So.
Ms. Taylor?
Oh, thank you for saying all that, because, and thank you, Ms. Zotter, because I constantly say, you know, what are the outliers? What are the things that are happening? I think of class of 2025. I was talking to Dr. Haiti and Dr. Hill about this. Class of 2025 was very different. That was the first year that they ever had full-day kindergarten. Class of 2025. So you can't compare class of 2025 with class of, let's just say, 2022, because there's some things there that happened that were different. COVID that happened that was different. So when you're thinking about like measuring and the data, and of course I also don't agree that any test can measure the aptitude of our children. This is just a boop of the story. So I don't want us to be like married too much to the data, even though I'm a data person. I don't want us to be married too much to this, but we have to have a baseline in order to measure to see, you know, what it is. But Dr. Haiti is absolutely right. We know these kids can read.
I quickly wanted to step in and say something, piggybacking off of what both Dr. Haiti and Ayanna Taylor had said. I definitely think that, well, speaking from someone that has gone through iReady, doing state testing, standardized testing, doing things like that at such a very young age, I really do not think that assessments appropriately represent what kids are capable of doing. I think that when you do PSATs, when you do SATs, NGSS, iReady, things like that, even at starting with younger age groups, I think that those are just things to just set the benchmark. But if we were actually able to review the data from regular assessments in classes, not state things, I think projects, things like that, that kids are doing in the classrooms that are not actually always scheduled by the state, I think that it would be viewed as a lot more successful, because kids are not always appropriately represented by their testing scores. Some kids are more, they score higher and they score better with certain things rather than tests. I know for me, I am not a great tester, but if you give me a project, you give me a due date, I think that I can perform perfectly. But I also think that when looking at things like this, you also have to factor in not only the data, but also, like we said, the differences that every grade has gone through, not only factoring in COVID, but some experiences that certain grades had that other grades didn't get to experience. So, yeah, I do think that when it comes down to iReady and certain tests like that, I don't think it appropriately represents what the students, especially here, are capable to do. So.
Thank you. Ms. Cantor?
I just wanted to say that when my son went to school, they had updated the curriculum, I think a year or two before, for elementary school, and it was very intense. And they did it for a couple years, and then parents started to complain that it was too much homework, so they modified the curriculum again. So if you're constantly changing it, you will learn differently, too, for when you test.
True. I also think that learning differs by background. And I think that every kid is different. Every mind is different. Some kids are more strategic and some kids are more creative. So like the whole left brain, right brain thing. So I think that those also have pretty huge factors on the way that kids learn. I think attention spans have a lot to do with it. I think relationships with teachers and staff members. I think that learning is actually a two-way street. Not only does the kid need to have drive in order to want to complete assignments and get the work done, but I also think that staff members should be creating an appropriate and energetic environment where kids can feel comfortable asking questions when they don't understand anything. And I think that sometimes kids' progress is hindered because if everyone else in the room knows and understands something and it comes to them so quickly, and if their teacher is moving everybody along fastly and they're a little behind, they'll feel a little intimidated and they'll feel as if they can't ask questions because they don't want to be looked at as less than everybody else in that class. And I've been through that before. I can confidently say that math is not my strong suit. And growing up, I always struggled with doing certain math equations, doing things like that. And as I got older, I definitely realized that it wasn't only just me. I realized that the teachers that I had when I was younger, they weren't exactly giving me what I needed. And I did go to a magnet school before I transferred to Windsor. I transferred to Windsor my 6th grade year. And I went to a magnet school in Hartford, ESM, Environmental Magnet School, Mary Hooker. So I was there for some time. But I definitely do think that not only does, like I said, learning does come from a two-way street, but I think that everything that we put into what the kids are doing, it matters in testing, definitely.
Windsor Public School.
Drop the mic.
We got to get her on the ticket, guys.
All right, I'll pass it back to.
I don't even know where I was at now.
Mr. Pano?
Yeah, next step.
Okay, just to, okay, all of the, I'm just looking at this, if you can see that far, this one over
Yeah,
here.
Mr.
The one that
Wilson
you just
brought one over.
mentioned about,
Yeah.
2025, grade 3. So this was fall 2024, spring, grade 3. Okay, so there was a decline in the green, okay? Whereas for K 1 and 2, there was an increase in the green, those who were passing, right? And now, are you saying that what explanation do you give for that?
So again, so you're looking at Dibbles for grade 3.
Right. Oh, grade 2. Oh, that's Dibble?
You're talking about the top chart.
Oh, okay, so everything up to grade 2 is Dibble.
No, so this top chart is K1, 2, and 3 Dibbles. So that's
Okay, all
reading.
right.
And then the bottom chart is iReady math.
Oh, okay. All right. But anyway, I
And yes, so that could happen. And again, that's why we don't look at assessment like that, because I can take a test in the fall and I have a great day and I'm testing and I come out in a green, right? And then it happens that I'm taking that test in June. Something happened at home and I come in the morning and I just don't feel like taking that test. As a 3rd grader, I'm just gonna sit there and click on the screen and just choose whatever I wanna choose. So it is, like, we see
yeah,
stuff
but not
like
all
that.
students will do that, right?
No, and that's why it's not, so we had 71 students, we ended with almost 60, so you have 10% of the students, that could be 10 kids. Like, we don't have total, well, it's 178 to 221. So
Okay.
it's not really a big percent of students that went backwards. But again, definitely not what we want to see. We do want to see an increase from beginning to year to end of year. But that's why we take Dibbles, we look at iReady, we triangulate the data to really get a better story of what happened.
If I could just add one thing too, just for consideration, is that once students are in 3rd grade, so between 3rd and 8th grade, well, especially in 3rd grade, they're taking Dibbles, iReady, and Smarter Bounce, and whatever other assessments are happening in their classrooms. So what can happen is in the springtime, students, most of the time, we're having students take the Smarter Bounce assessment before they take the last iReady assessment in most cases. And so they've just had weeks of testing. We need the numbers for this too, so then we're having them take more tests right after taking a whole week or two of tests. So it's really hard to tease out. I'm not trying to make excuses I think we all agree the numbers need to be higher. But it's hard to tease out test fatigue too, once the students are in intermediate and middle school, because they are taking many, and then if some of them are taking NGSS, the science test too. And in some cases, they're also taking NAEP if it's required by the state for certain grade levels. And this year we do have students taking NAEP. So there are some students who are taking 5 assessments which many of them could be positioned at the end of the year, right around the same time. So it's something that I know we've looked at, we don't have a solution for yet, but it is something just to keep in mind that does happen. The test fatigue can be real.
But I'd also like to say, if you actually look at the grade 3 numbers, there's 43 more students in spring, so something may not be completely accurate there. That's like 2 more classes that would have been added within the school year. So we probably just need to recheck those numbers for Dibbles, yeah. For grade 3, that was the one that Mr. Panos pointed out.
That's a really big.
That's a large number of, that's a large student difference.
221 versus 178. Yeah.
Can I offer 2 thoughts?
So anyhow, so I'm gonna just check, I'll check that.
So, first of all, I understand the idea of no one data point tells you anything. I do data for a living, and you have to look at a lot of data, and there's a lot of assumptions built into all data, right? And you argue assumptions. I support a bunch of data scientists, and you argue assumptions more than you do math. So you think, oh, data scientists do math all day. No, they don't. They do math 10% of the day, and they argue over assumptions the other 90%. Totally get that concept, right? But I still would feel a lot better if we had something that showed performance relative to something else. So again, I don't know, like if I look at these numbers, 79, 71, 48, 46, 45, like how good is that? Are all the other schools around us doing 90, 95, 98, or are they doing 50, 52, 53? So for all this stuff, I'm not trying to pin anything down. Everything to me is relative to what? And so I'd want to understand that where that is, because you had done a presentation last year where there was a lot of relative to the state of Connecticut. That was extremely valuable, right? And so I have no idea whether a second grade group in 2024-25 doing 79 is good relative to anything else, because I'm still going back to the performance of the schools. Now, with a billion caveats, right, and my favorite caveat is one of the things I do when I try to judge school performance, including Windsor, is I go look up free lunch program. Because one of the biggest predictors of school outcome is the wealth of the family. Sorry, Glastonbury is going to blow us away forever. That's the way it is, right? And so I have no problem with that. So you got to judge yourself relative to the cards you're dealt, and the cards you're dealt include the wealth of the family. And so we're going to lose to the rich towns. That's cool. I have no problem with that, because if you control for that factor, you can see how good the schools are, right? So you can have a mediocre school in Glastonbury, but you got a bunch of rich families putting their kids in there, and so you look at the performance of the kids, like, wow, I think Glastonbury School's great. No, they could be mediocre, I don't know, right? Whereas you take a school like Bridgeport that has a lot of challenges, and they have a great school, but they have a lot to deal with, that could be a fantastic school. And you say, but those Bridgeport kids are underperforming those Glastonbury kids. Yeah, not because of the schools. So I'm trying to get a bar on Windsor, right? So that's why relative to something else is always.
So I think because of all these factors, I think the best way to control for all of them is to look at your data relative to the standards and the expectations for the grade level. So when you say second grade ending 79% or whatever, that means that 79% of our second graders ended the year at grade level. So they are ready to move on to third grade. They have mastered, according to iReady, they have mastered everything that they should have mastered in second grade, which I think that is why we really just when we look at this data, we don't compare to like Glastonbury or whatever, because it's really, we are trying to get more and more kids to end each grade level at their grade level. If we can do that, without looking at anybody else, I think we would,
Okay.
So we're comparing to ourselves. Great. Want to get into SAT and AP?
So do you want to do your next steps? Did you do your?
Sure, nope. So you want us to move forward, but we have next steps. I'm gonna do next steps. Yeah. All right, thanks. So one of the things, so as you all know, we have a new reading curriculum, Bookworms, reading compendium. And so one of the things that we have worked on, and actually last week, all of the school administrators and the coaches participated in a literacy walkthrough calibration that was conducted with a consultant, right? So the state has, we're working with the state, and we're working with the new teacher project, and they're supporting us in the implementation of Bookworms. So they provided some PD, they've done some walkthroughs in our buildings, given us some feedback. All of our schools, from the feedback that they received, put a target area in their school improvement plans based on that feedback. And then last week, they helped us create a literacy walkthrough form just for our district, based on best literacy practices. And based on our North Star, I want to include that too, so it's both. And we participated in calibration exercises last week, 2 days, 2 hours. and really positive feedback from the administrators as well as the consultants that we were working with. So we will be doing walkthroughs to calibrate, not to calibrate, to ensure that our teachers are following the program with fidelity, our students are actively participating. I've been able to go into all of the buildings thus far this school year to see that our teachers are fully engaged in the bookworm program. I have to tell you, it is a lot of work, it's a lot of moving pieces, but our teachers have really embraced it, and our pilot teachers have embraced being now the, I'm going to say master teachers, right? Because our teachers are actually looking to them, as well as to our administrators on just how to implement different things. And one of the things I've been saying is we need to go slow to grow, right? And meaning that, like, I want you to ensure that they know what a good super sentence is before we're just moving on to the next step, right? So let's teach them that. Let's give them the rubric for that. What does that look like? Let's slowly teach these things so that they have your expectations, teacher, and then as you're moving along, they're going to be able to do this more independently. But give them what they need, like, right away. Like, I witnessed a teacher last week, a 5th grade classroom, specifically teaching, like, okay, in this box you put a verb, and what is a verb? And she was explicitly teaching this, and this is what I want to see. All right, here is your rubric so that when I'm working with other students, you can check your own work, right? And you're going to put this in your binder so that you have this back to look at. So it's really amazing the different things that we're seeing in the classroom. So if you have an opportunity, if you'd like to do a walkthrough, just hit me up. So we're making sure that it's occurring. In math, we are actually meeting tomorrow. We're going to begin a math audit. Because we're looking at our curriculum and we're looking at some gaps that we have. Currently our coaches are looking at those gaps and they're revising our math units right now. And they're also trying to align our math units to the bookworms curriculum as well. Like, so if they're learning about volcanoes, like, and they're reading about volcanoes, how can we incorporate that into science, right? So our coaches are doing some of that. And that's what I mean by refining our curriculums and our unit placements. And then really what we're working on, Bonnie and I are really focused on, is developing a strong understanding of what high quality instruction is. And we've done that with our administrators, and we've been doing that actually since we started the North Star. And so we continue that every time we have district professional learning, we focus on our North Star.
And just as an aside, I would encourage board members to come in and see bookworms in motion. A lot of different things, there's different stations. A teacher may be working with 4 students, but the other students are on task. At least the ones I saw last year, both at Oliver Ellsworth and Pequannock. I didn't go to JFK to see grade 3 or Clover to see grade 3. Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to begin some information on the secondary levels data. Again, sort of a really broad look at our data. So in grades 6 to 8, students also take the iReady assessment. So it's a lot of the same things that Michelle mentioned in terms of what you're seeing here. So in reading at Sage Park, we had 13 percentage point growth from the beginning of the year until the end of the year, and 18 percentage points in math, which you would expect to see because math started lower. So if you look at the overall placement of students at the beginning of the year started lower, so we would expect more growth, and we saw about 5 points more growth in math. And like Michelle explained with the students who are significantly below grade level, we saw a reduction of 11 percentage points in reading and 16 in math. So those were our numbers from the middle school. What's not reflected here is available in the data dashboard that is on, that has public access to it. 7th grade had a tremendous amount of growth, actually. I say actually because it's not captured here in this broader view. We had a significant amount of growth in both reading and math. So I think we're feeling, I'm not going to speak for Leanna and her team, but I think we're feeling really, really great about some of the changes to staffing and curriculum at that grade level. Look really good for us, and on Smarter Balance, which is not here. And then the growth, which Michelle explained, the difference between the annual typical growth and the stretch growth, just like you saw in the elementary level. our students exceeded that 100% median mark that we would expect to represent a year's typical growth, and all grade levels and both subjects. So there is growth happening. I'm really thinking about what Mr. Madison said, and maybe the idea of in the future, iReady does provide us with student by student percentile ranks. So it shows where does a student rank when compared to the other millions of students that take this test. So this test, I don't know where they are now, but when we first introduced it in the district, there were about 3 million test takers internationally, most of them in the US, but internationally. Individual students do get a percentile rank. So how do they rank when compared to other student test takers? I can look a little bit, I'll dig a little bit deeper for you into the data dashboard that they have. It's not my understanding they have a measurement of that as a whole grade, but we can, maybe that might be a data point in the future that you might be interested in if we can pull that sort of the percentile rank. In other words, if a student comes in the 91st percentile, it means they are outperforming pretty much except for 9% of students who are taking the same test. So that is a good measurement of comparison. We just don't have that for you tonight, and it's really a student by student measurement that they offer in the dashboard. But so for 6 to 8, we are continuing with really amping up our disciplinary literacy initiative, which is teaching teachers how to instruct reading skills that are unique to each subject. So yes, being a good reader, being an effective reader, tends to cross over and transfer across disciplines, but there are specific reading skills that are needed in disciplines. So in science, knowing how to read charts, graphs, and things like that, which there is reading involved, is important. In social studies classes, there are specific, reading like a historian is important. What are you looking for when you're reading primary source materials? So we are teaching teachers what reading instruction looks like in different disciplines, and are looking for that to translate into the classrooms. And that's something that we're really, we have our reading interventionists, our reading specialists basically, who are leading that in conjunction with our high school team. So we're doing that in both buildings. We have done some revisions, not to the curriculum as a whole, but here and there, just trying to increase the cognitive challenge that's in our curriculum, and really making sure that tasks that we're asking students to do are relevant, and that they're applying skills in a way that is mimics real life. So we've been doing that in both reading and math. Michelle already mentioned this. This is going to be a big, I think a big focus for us this year is this math audit. We have our first meeting tomorrow, have a committee together, and really are going to be digging deeply into what is happening in math, as we are noticing that over time we're not seeing the type of growth that we expect to see. And at the secondary level, I definitely want to shout out the math teachers at the secondary level. I can't speak for the elementary because I'm not in those buildings as much, but we have an absolutely exceptional group of math teachers at the middle school and the high school. They're working very hard. They're doing everything that we've asked them to do, and then some. And we're still not seeing the growth, and this is over time. This isn't a one-year thing where I'm saying, we've had a great year. I mean, we're talking year after year of a really exceptional staff. So that's when we have to look at the curriculum and say there's something happening here that is not at the staffing level, it is at the curricular level, and that's what our committee will do. We'll continue to implement the Building Thinking Classrooms instructional framework, which, just as a reminder to the board and the public, is not a curriculum. It's a way to deliver instruction in a classroom, so that it's engaging, it's active, it's designed for students to really want to participate and get a wide range of participants in classes. And as Michelle said, we've been working with our administrative team, teachers and coaches around really understanding what high quality instruction looks like. So that's middle school. I'm going to get into some new, different data that we haven't seen, so maybe we'll just pause there if you have questions about the middle school, and then we'll look at the PSAT, SAT, and AP for the high school.
Any questions?
The BTC means what?
Building Thinking Classrooms. It is the framework that we've discussed here that is a delivery system, predominantly in math, but it can be used in other subject areas. We have extra Building Thinking Classrooms books, if anyone would like a copy.
So you don't need the Public Building Commission for this, do you?
Yeah, but if you need a good beach read, you know, you need a real thrilling read, we've got Building Thinking Classrooms books. So but seriously, if board members, since we do have some extras, we do talk about it a lot, you're welcome to.
Only
grab a
Mr.
copy.
Madison would think that would be a good beach read.
We are very similar in that way. I would read that on the beach as well.
Vacation's the best time to read.
Yeah. Any other questions about the middle school? And I did make a note to look into what we can provide the board and the public around the percentile ranks, but I have to look at the dashboard a little bit more. Figure that out.
I think we're good.
Okay, so moving into the high school, we're gonna look at, by request, our PSAT, SAT, and AP scores from last year. And just keeping in mind that all three of these assessments are from the College Board. So the College Board is an entity that makes these assessments. The SAT, as I believe most people on the board would know, is also our school day test required by the state. So all of our juniors take the SAT, so it's an important measurement for us. And it is somewhat, I will say that, we can talk more another time, it is somewhat influential in terms of college acceptance, although not a lot of universities at this point are actually requiring it. Okay, so our PSAT, so students in 9th and 10th grade take the PSAT, like a pre-SAT. For our, now remember, this is our students, these are our students last year, so we're looking at last year's students. So last year's 9th graders, they took the PSAT in the fall. The combined score was, the average combined score was a 757 in the fall. And then we did do a PSAT spring, which was a new addition to our assessment offerings. We had, the combined score was an 811, so 54 points of growth, which is a little more than average of what you should see in growth. And then it's broken down by math in the reading and writing, or ERW section it's called, so 20% gains in math and 35 in the ERW. The 10th graders also took the PSAT in the fall and the spring. I'm sorry, it looks a little different, just the way the College Board has it in their system. So, but the combined score in the fall for the 10th graders was an 848, and in the spring was an 861 with 13 points of growth there. Why don't we do all the PSAT, SAT data, then we can pause there so Robin, if you can advance the slide. And then our 11th graders, this is our the school day test, so the test that is the state required test. For 11th graders, we went from a combined score of 875 in the fall. That's a PSAT. They don't take the SAT twice. So PSAT in the fall, 875. Really good growth for us, for our students in the spring at 920 with 45 points of growth combined, and 23 and 22 respectively for math and for ERW. And I did add in here, just so you could kind of get a little bit of a longitudinal look, this cohort as freshmen, their combined score was an 802. So when they were in 9th grade, their combined score was an 802, with math at 399 and reading at 403. So by the time they went from freshman year to junior year, they had an increase of 118 points when you look at the combined score. So if you look at it over time, that's where, that's how that cohort performed. Would you like me to do next steps, or do you want to talk about the data first?
I think you can continue.
So it's somewhat similar to what I mentioned for the middle school. We're in year 3 now of a disciplinary literacy initiative where we're helping teachers understand what literacy instruction looks like specific to a subject area. That is also the data that most of the teachers in English, social studies, and science are bringing into our data talk process. So when they come to present their data, most of them are bringing data that is associated with our disciplinary literacy initiative, because we do have an in-house assessment that we give students 3 times a year related to reading within a specific discipline, so that we can see if they are getting more proficient in terms of, so if they're, let's say, in social studies, they have to read a primary source, and they answer comprehension questions and analysis type questions, and they do one at the beginning, middle, and end, so that we have some idea how this initiative is working. We are seeing growth. I didn't present that today. We are refining the curriculum at all times, really, and then bringing curricula before the board. Subcommittee will soon be hearing me go on and on about the great work we did in social studies and in English and math this summer. We've got that audit going in math, which I think will be very, very fruitful. We have a great team on that. Continuing again with building thinking classrooms at the high school. I know Michelle gave you the invite. You're always invited to come into the buildings. Would love for you to see what those classrooms look like in math. They're very engaging and fun, and students are learning, and they're learning together. And part of BTC is students learning from each other. There being knowledge mobility in class. You can learn not just from the teacher, but you can walk around and learn from what other students are doing. And then in both reading and math, we are giving those assessments that I just mentioned 3 times a year to see how students are performing on reading specifically. And Michelle and I are continuing to work with a wide range of people around what high quality instruction looks like. I can move into AP, which is a completely different thing.
Any questions up to this point? One question I had was, do they still have an SAT prep class if kids want to take it? I know, do they have different types of them, after school, weekends, or is it all during the school day? Anything is during the school day. Okay, thank you.
Okay, this was really exciting, and thank you to Christopher Lorero, one of the assistant principals at the high school, for putting a lot of this data, gathering a lot of this data for us and reporting the data to the administrative team back in the summer when it came out, and also for being the person, Christopher's the person who sort of manages and runs AP at the high school. This is where I felt really excited to share with you and the public. We had a lot of growth in AP, which was really cool. But just kind of before I get to that, what is advanced placement for all of you and for the public? It is just like the College Board creates the PSAT and SAT, the College Board also creates AP tests. So it is an entity, and they create these tests that are supposed to reflect like accelerated and rigorous curricula. And students are invited to take these courses, many of which we don't have a prereq for, so students are mostly, some of them do. In general, a passing score is considered a 3 and above, so the scoring goes from 1 to 5. But you should note that very highly competitive universities usually only accept 4s or 5s. And I just looked this up recently. About between 85 and 90% of colleges are accepting AP credit, and it may be at different levels, but that's a lot. So that's really great for our students if they get the opportunity or choose to take these courses. Our AP teachers have to be specifically trained by, they go to a training symposium that's a number of days, and then they have to submit a syllabus to the College Board for approval before teaching the courses. Not going to get too much into this today, but ECE classes and AP classes are not the same thing. AP students take a test that's College Board generated. ECE students are taking a class that a university such as UConn or Central has deemed consistent with what they offer there. Okay, so at Windsor High, we have 21 AP courses and 15 AP instructors. This is from last year. And we had last year 236 AP students who took 389 exams, meaning some students took more than one exam. This is where it gets exciting. 71% of our students earned a 3 or higher, which is considered a passing score, with 74% of the exams themselves considered passing. Remember, you have some students taking more than one exam, and we did outperform the state by about 2%. So there's a little bit of that comparative data. So we were very, very happy to see this. I used to be an AP teacher. Anytime we would see 70% or higher, it would be considered very good performance on AP tests. Our performance, and thanks again to Christopher for this, from the year before to last year was a 12% increase in passing scores. We had 93 students who scored a 3 or higher, and we had in 8 courses, we saw double-digit improvements from the year before. That is, these are difficult courses. You can see below the 5 highest pass rates for us. 2D art, every year, shout out to the art department, pretty much every year we have 100% pass rate in art. Calculus AB, as you could imagine, is a difficult course, 94% passed. These are students. Chemistry, these are very difficult. I mean, AP courses are all difficult. Some are more difficult than others. Chemistry, 92%. Physics, 90%. And English literature, which is a very, I taught English language and composition. This can be a very tough exam. There's a very difficult readings on it, 79%. So that is considered high. So there were a lot of celebrations here. And then we had a lot of award winners. Christopher gave me all of the rundown on what all of these different awards are. I didn't want to include that tonight just for the sake of time, but you earn awards by earning passing scores and in terms of how many tests you take. So the more you take and then you earn high scores, you get more distinction, essentially. 15 of our students were AP scholars. 8 were AP scholars with honor. As you can imagine, that means that they took more tests and scored higher on average. 9 students AP scholar with distinction, which is even harder to obtain. 26 students received an AP school recognition award for their scores. And this is really cool. 8 of our students earned AP first generation recognition awards, meaning they are students who are going to be first generation college students in their families. So 8 students earned that award. So a lot to celebrate in AP. Really happy. We were really thrilled to see the scores come in. Our students are working super hard. These classes are very challenging. We have a lot of students that take a bunch of these classes. So, what we're going to do for next steps is continue to build a cadre of instructors, because you have to have teachers who go through the certification process through the College Board and are certified to teach these courses. And you don't want just one. You want to try to have multiple so that you can run multiple sections, or if someone happens to be out, something like that, or they decide they don't want to teach it. So we'll continue to do that and continue to build offerings. So if there are new AP classes that are coming out or ones that we don't offer that might be of interest, we can look to add them as long as we have the staffing. We'll continue to track data. Christopher, we're going to continue to track data, I'm telling you right now, to kind of figure out where did these gains come from. These are really, really big gains, and how can we sustain those now. We want to also, this is something that Erica and Dana and I met with, and Dr. Parker in the last couple of weeks, of really informing families about the financial benefits of taking AP and ECE courses. Dana Fudge, our Director of School Counseling, is actually going to add a section you'll see in the upcoming new program of studies that will show families this is how much you could potentially save in tuition costs by having students take these classes, or if your students decide to take these classes. We do have students that enter freshman year of college as sophomores. They have that much credit going in. We do have students that are in that situation. And then just continuing to really look at what high quality instruction looks like, what the academic identity of Windsor High School is. What does it mean to be a Windsor High School student? What does it mean to be a Windsor High School teacher? And what is it, like, how do we get to this point of excellence over and over again is going to be something that we want to work on. Question mark means, do you have any questions?
Mr. Panos, saw your hand first.
Yeah, I'm sorry. Just one thing is, it's not necessary for this report, but in the past, we have asked for a comparison of the grade, the course grade versus the AP grades. We don't have to have it right now. And it was, in the past, sometimes we've had big differences.
Yeah, we have had discrepancies. That does happen.
But usually we do very well in the AP when they match.
We'll take a look at that. It's a good suggestion, yeah.
Thank you.
Ms. Zotter?
Yeah, just a quick question. 21 AP courses, is that right?
Yes.
Is that a very large amount of AP courses that we offer at Windsor High School? Because I know kids in other high schools and they have a very select amount of AP and ECE courses. So just for knowledge for those maybe watching, that is a a pretty impressive amount of offerings we give our students, yes?
I don't know the average, but it is a very good amount of AP courses. We have, we have courses in pretty much every subject, art, world language, English, math, science, social, so it runs the spectrum. And if we don't offer AP versions, we do offer ECE versions, like in CTE, we're offering a bunch of ECE versions of courses. So yeah, I think this is something go back to what you were asking before about recruiting teachers. So am I now the chief recruiter of the district, Danielle? Is that my new title? I would love that job, actually.
James, give her a sticker.
Yeah, I have one.
She does.
I have
Just an extra, that's
I
just
got
an
one at the
extra
bean
duty.
the other day. I had to put it on. I told him I was putting it on here. It is one of the really special things about our high school. We are a comprehensive high school that offers such a wide array of things. The AP courses and ECE courses being one of those. That is, we do offer quite a few. Probably, I'm guessing more than the average high school, but I don't know for sure.
Question, Mr. Lockhart? And Dr. Haney.
Thank you. So, Dr. Fryman, you are correct. My family has benefited from the AP courses. Xavier started as a sophomore at Springfield College, and that saved my pockets about $52,000. So if you want to put it to something that's quantitative, that's a lot of money. And I just want to say thank you to Windsor Public Schools.
Dr. Haney?
Just really quickly was Tracy's comment. I think we do need to do a better job at highlighting the good things, and we're starting this Thursday, halftime during our football game. We will be recognizing all those amazing AP scholars, so please come out and support them. We do need to highlight all the good things that are happening in Windsor more.
Other questions, comments? Mr. Madison, then Ms. Cantor.
No, I'll tell you. Oh, okay, I'm gonna beat a dead horse. Can you put the slides back up? I'm gonna keep emphasizing, first of all, great work, right? But I'm gonna keep emphasizing the need for comparative data. So when you had that slide where you said the pass rate in WHS outpaced the state by approximately 2%, that's an externally comparative number. So the first thing you should always ask when you see data is compared to what? And that compared to what should be answered by something external to your internal system, right? Most of this data is the internal system, right? What I'm looking for is externalities. That's an externality. The pass rate of the WHS outpaced the state by approximately 2%, right? Cool. Now, the next page does have some, they're internal, but they are still trending. Trending is a good way to do it too. 23 to 24, 2023, 24, 24 to 25, pass rates increased by 12%, right? That's a year-over-year trending. So that's compared to what? That's compared to, it's still an internal measure of your own system, but it's your system relative to itself, so that's good. Just, if we had a lot more numbers like that, that would be valuable, because, like, I know we crush it in AP, so one of the things I am doing, and I will present to anyone who cares to listen, which will be very few people, I'm going out to all the public data, right? And one of the things I am looking for is how good are Windsor schools? And one of the things I do, you have to control for wealth, reality, but then I look at AP scores, and I've been gathering our AP scores as a town, I'm comparing us everything from like East Hartford and Bridgeport all to Glastonbury and Simsbury and others. And relative to the wealth disparity in town, right, and the challenges that we have compared to other towns, I use free lunch to judge that, because free lunch is a publicly available way you can judge the wealth of a town. And so you look at Avon, they have 6% food stamps, or free lunch, right? And if you look at something like Bridgeport, it's like 85% free lunch, right? So you can indicate the wealth and poverty of a town based on free lunch as a surrogate, right? But I'm also looking at AP, and when I put a correlation chart between these things, we actually are an outlier. We, relative to the number of kids who have free lunch in this town, our AP performance is really high. I'm super simplifying the whole question of how do I, as a board member, look at the quality of our school and from compared to external systems, right, other schools. So I just be curious, not trying to drain any particular line item, but like that one about 2% better than the rest of the state is like, yeah, can I look at the rest of the state or some other external thing? That's right, I killed the bug tonight too. I'm glad you guys can hear me now. Clean it up. But those are the kind of things I'm looking for. Is like, how does that compare to something else?
We can do that as we move forward. And next, I believe we usually do a more comprehensive data presentation later in the year. We'll keep that in mind.
We do, and I remember that one, and it had a lot of that comparative in there, which is good, so, yeah.
I just wanted to say thank you because you're on the subject. My son's a senior, and he's taken a lot of AP courses and ECE courses, and you've saved us a lot of money, so thank you.
I see him in there.
Anyone else? Thank you very much. item on the agenda is Sage Park Middle School overnight field trip. Is there a motion? Mr. Taylor.
It's the first week.
You got it with you?
Refuses.
You make a motion? Okay, move that the Board of Education approve the proposed trip to Quebec City, Canada as a first reading, reserving the right to cancel if it feels that the safety of the students is at risk.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Motion made by Mr. Pano, seconded Mr. Halleck. I guess I'll turn it over to you, Dr. Haiti, to.
I would like to call Principal Jorgensen and our teacher, Ms. Taylor Love Kalis.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Good evening.
So we're here before you to ask for your consideration and approval of our trip to Quebec City in Canada. So I will tell you, I'm not sure how this process goes. I've looked at the policy. I'm not sure what we're supposed to share. I know that Ms. Kylis did send forth a packet with all the information about the trip. And we are here to answer any questions that you may have or concerns about our kids taking this journey.
Okay, questions? Mr. Halleck first.
I have a question. Is this a trip in addition or in lieu of the Washington, D.C. trip?
No. So this year, we will be offering 3 trips to our families. We're still trying to find a new camp for Cape Cod. We push every year to go since they closed down Nature's Classroom, the camps. Our kids are still going to DC. The parents are being presented with the information tomorrow evening, and this is an additional trip.
Okay, I read the itinerary. It looks great. You know, a lot of learning, but also some fun as well in there. So I think it was a great balance. Thank you.
Yes, Ms. Otter?
Ms. Otter?
Oh, sorry.
So my question are, on average, when we look at DC or we look at Cape Cod, how many kids usually attend those trips? Just because I'm trying to reconcile, the price is for 45 students, right? That $869. What is the confidence level that we'd have 45 students that would?
So, you know, we're parents, and so we work really hard to work with various travel agencies to find the cheapest rate for all of our trips. It's not easy anymore. This year, the price for DC has gone up to $800, and that's bare bones. So last year, I think we were able to take approximately 140 kids to DC. We took only about 60 kids to Cape Cod, wasn't that many, and that trip was actually cheaper than DC. I think it cost families maybe between $400 or $500. And so we hope to put these things out earlier in the year or early in the year. We actually are going to make this trip a biannual trip, so that gives us 2 years to collect funding. And then also, because we're targeting not only 8th grade, but 8th and 7th grade, that gives us time so our kids can matriculate. But this, starting now, gives us time for families to participate in payment plans, to also participate in fundraisers they're usually people in the community who provide scholarships. And we try to make it very clear to any family that's out there who would like their kid to attend but cannot afford it, then please talk to us so that we can figure out ways that we can help to support them, either through channeling grants that some other families, like families sometimes say, I'll pay for another student. If you find another student, then we'll pay. So there's various ways. The cost is not pretty, and they'll tell you, I'm always like, go back. Can they give us something cheaper? So our kids are not using a swipe card to get their lunch. They're gonna have to use cash like everyone else because the swipe card costs on average like $50 more. And so we try to cut corners. So you're not gonna have eggs and bacon for breakfast in DC. You're gonna have a bagel and some cream cheese perhaps, because that cuts the price even more. So it's, everything is going up, unfortunately. I don't know how long we are gonna continue to be able to provide our kids with these opportunities for exposure to either leave the country or go to visit DC with their friends in Cape Cod. But we'll try as long as we can, as long as there's still interests from our families.
Thank you.
Ms. Taylor? Deferring to Mr. Pandel.
Just tell, give us an idea of the exposure to French language. That, you see that they're going to many museums and things of this nature, you know, the fortifications or whatever. So, but how, you know, if you have a group, you know, you keep them together, you know, how are they exposed to French language, or is that part of
So I
it?
can speak to that a little bit. I've actually just, I don't know if this was in the information, I don't think it was, but I've worked in Middletown, Connecticut for 13 years. I've done 7 trips with students in Middletown. So I've done 4 of them were with 50 students, and 3 of them were with 100 students. So as I did the trip more years, more interest came. And there was a lot more buzz about it. When we're on the trip, we have a tour guide that stays with us the entire time, and he kind of, they sometimes, it depends on who we get, but they adapt the trip to the needs of the students and the language level of the students. They're able to incorporate cultural elements when speaking in English, and do lots to incorporate French as well while we're on the trip. When we go to different museums, you know, kids can see all sorts of things written around. Simple as like a stop sign, looks the same as here in the United States, but it says arrête on it instead of stop. So there's so many opportunities. When we go, we're gonna go to a mall at one point. Kids can buy books, magazines, all sorts of stuff.
Thank you.
I just want to also point out that at Sage Park, we have approximately 30 kids who are taking French 1, which is a high school course. And so, you know, this falls right along in line with what is it that they're experiencing within the classroom to then experience the culture and the language firsthand.
It gives them a connection to the academics that they're doing. That's excellent. Thank you.
Ms. Cantor?
Thank you. I just want to say, I go to Canada usually every year, or multiple times, and we go to Quebec City and Quebec, and it is phenomenal. We have such a great time, and in Quebec City, they speak French or fluent, and that's all they speak. When you go to Quebec, to like Montreal, Chambonel, Laval, they'll speak English and French. So, and the food is great. You have to watch galleries.
Regarding safety, because I saw that that's part of this, I believe it's a pretty safe bet that things are safer in Quebec City than they are in Hartford or Boston or no, I'm saying from the point of view of, you know, experiencing, you know, disorder or crime or things like that. That's the average, I think Canadian city has less of it. The average American
A lot
city
less.
has so I wouldn't be worried about. We send students, you know, to Washington D.C. without a problem. So, you know, I don't see any reason to be shy about sending them across. Canada is a beautiful country, and very welcoming. So,
Ms. Taylor?
very much.
I don't know if, I guess the question would be for you, Dr. Haiti. Have we, since COVID, at the high school, returned to any trips outside of the continental United States? No. Thank you.
Other questions or comments? Mr. Lockhart?
Yes, so for me, it's always the safety of our children, and no matter where we send them. Incidents can happen anywhere, at any time. I just want to make that clear. My concern is making sure that they're able to get over the border, and they're safe, and more importantly, they're able to come back across the border safely. So security is a huge concern for me with everybody that's going to be going on this trip, or any trip, whether it's across the street, whether it's to Boston, whether it's to DC. I don't care where it is. If this board is going to sign off on any trips where our kids and our staff and those representing Windsor Public Schools are going to be acting as our agents, I want to make sure with certainty that I can't control that these kids are going to be safe, and that, you know, we're going to do the best we can. And I'm not going to say we can control what happens out there. We can probably react to it. And if we have to react to something, what does that look like? And how do we make sure that our kids and chaperones and staff members and vendors get back home safely for an event that this board could potentially sponsor? So that is my ultimate concern. It's always been my concern with any trip that we've gone on. And to be clear, I've sent four kids to school-sponsored trips throughout my time. I've always had the same concern. I want my babies to come home, and more importantly, I want y'all babies to come home. And I want to make sure that we're doing, and in this environment that we're in right now, I'm not sure. So I just want to make sure that we're doing everything possible. So I'm very apprehensive about this trip. One being it's international, and two, the safety, if it can be described at a later time of what the safety protocols are in place for this particular trip, and spell that out to me in very, very simple terms so that everyone can understand what it is without any fancy jargon, and just lay it out and just plainly lay it out. Thank you.
Mr. Wollaston?
Bonjour. Je m'appelle Nathan. No, just kidding. I took French from 7th up to 11th grade. I didn't do it senior year because I wanted my half days, but a big part of that was because I went to Canada every year with my dad. We went to Toronto and Mississauga, I think it is. And so I think Canada's pretty cool, but I echo the sentiments of my peers. Just wanted to make sure that we can spell out that it is something that can be done safely. The fact that you've done this so many times, because this is my first time hearing that you've done this trip in another district so many times. It is a little bit, you know, it lifts the weight a little bit because you clearly have some experience taking kids out the country and bringing them back safely. Unless we look and we find some news articles somewhere. So, you know. Just kidding. No, but yeah. I'm just kidding. No, but yeah. So that it is good to know that you have done this before. It could really go either way. I feel like depending on what we decide we see as the safety parameters and if they are good enough. But yeah, I mean, we would love our kids to get the best educational experience possible. We were just talking about all these different ways they can learn.
Mr. Madison?
Yeah, so I missed the memo. We're talking about Canada. Like, I've been to 26 countries. Canada's probably the least scariest place I've ever been. Are we having some border dispute I'm not aware of? I think we're fine.
I think there've been a number of
Like, are people having trouble coming back off the boat?
anecdotes that I've heard of people, even with dual citizenship, having problems either going over or coming back. Now, how do we measure that? How do we, it says we have a right to cancel if the safety of the student's at risk, but I don't know if that means that parents wouldn't be getting money back if the board decides to cancel this out of abundance of caution, you know, a month before and something goes on or things deteriorate. I'd hate I guess parents should be, if we end up approving this, parents should know that clause, that it could get canceled, and it may be at a point where you don't get any money back. When do you need to know, this is a first reading. When does this kind of get locked in as far as, at least the way your timetable,
Yeah.
you're anticipating your timetable to be?
The sooner we can get it locked in, the better, because that will allow families to spread payments out over a longer period of time. It also gives us more time to fundraise and all of, find grants, opportunities, scholarships. Obviously, I don't want to feel like we're rushing into anything. I want to make the right choice. But, the more time we have to plan with our families, the better it will be.
As fundraising, what do you, I don't know what you've done at other districts, but it is a very expensive trip versus Cape Cod trip or something like that. So what are and I know in the package you talked about some group fundraising, it may be possible. What kinds of things do you anticipate being possible?
I've done all sorts of things in the past. I'm big on fundraising. Windsor is more affluent than Middletown, generally. And I've had students go on this trip for free because I spend a lot of time making sure that this is an opportunity that any family can access. That's really important to me. And, in terms of like the specific fundraisers, I've done bake sales, I've done car washes, I've done butter braids, I've done wrapping paper, magazine subscriptions, you name it, I've tried it. I've gone to restaurants and asked for donations. And then done, door prizes, things like that at different, I had families and chaperones got to meet. We did a fundraiser night at a frozen ice cream place in Middletown, where they donated a percentage of the profits that evening, and families got to meet the chaperones that were taking their children. So, I'm really cognizant of all that, and I, hold that very dear to my.
Thank you. Mr. Wollaston?
Yes, my last question is, so if 45 students don't go, would that raise the general price? Oh, okay, that's what I was wondering.
Mr. Panos, looked like you.
Yeah, I'd just like to comment that, I don't think that we have to pull ourselves in here and be afraid of everything like is going on. I really don't think that this is much. I've been to Canada several times too, and I know people who go there, and so I don't think that that this presents any kind of particular danger. I'm from Maine, relatives who go back and forth, so I really don't see that this is much to be afraid of, and you have experience. Now, what about the companies? They must have experience with this. If they thought that this was something that was dangerous, I think they would be the first to tell you as they would be exposed. Can you tell us about that?
One of the things that I looked up yesterday was there's the U.S. government puts out threat levels for travel. And so Canada is currently classified at a level 1, which is the lowest. Most of the rest of the world is much higher than that. So that's, another thing to just give us a little bit more confidence, I think.
Thank you.
Mr. Halleck?
Thank you. There's risk in everything we do, but I think the risk in this is very a low level. Obviously, there's as you just mentioned, Canada's on a level 1, so I think we should, keep that in mind as we're doing this. I think, things will be fine if, and really that's all I gotta say. Thank you.
Okay. I know there's been some concern, Dr. Haiti?
I was just gonna say, we can also always reach out to the U.S. Customs and Border Protection. There is an agency, they do have a number, they do answer the phone, and we can just, let them know that we're planning on taking a school trip. If they, advise us of anything documentation-wise, and maybe they can provide, more they can tell us if there is any threat that we should be aware of or that we should consider.
There's also something called like the Smart Traveler Program where we would basically register with the U.S. Embassy. So if something happens, if there was some type of threat, then they would have our location, contact number, point of contact person, so that they know that we are U.S. citizens there needing help or assistance to evacuate. I'm not a board member, as Mr. Madison says. He calls it the easiest job. I don't know if it is or not. I can only speak from the perspective of a principal who have watched and have to sign off on trips year after year after year. I could never guarantee 100% that everything will be safe. The year that we collected monies to go to DC and COVID occurred, and when we had to cancel and plead with companies to give us our monies back because there's no way that we could take those kids to DC, that was completely unexpected, and we would have never predicted that. And so I say all this to say, and again, and I don't even know why the high school, because my daughter's very mad, are not going on international trips. Like that was the last year, they had to cancel. That was her year that she had to go, and I still hear about it.
I know, Chloe didn't go to Cape Cod or
So, but with all that being said, and so I hear this from kids, right? I hear this from kids. I hear it from my own kids that when are we going to get up, move, and move forward? The world is what it is at this point in time, and I have no control of what goes on around me. But what I do have control of is to be careful, to be mindful, to be planful, right? To make sure that if we're taking kids somewhere, that we take the utmost care, that we plan in advance, that we try to make sure that we are proactive in thinking about things that could potentially occur, use the resources that are around us, the agencies to support us. We've checked, kids will have to, now you have to produce some form of ID to go into Canada. When I used to go, we didn't need that. So you're gonna need a birth certificate if you're traveling under the age of, is it 18? If 18, you need a birth certificate to go. So that ensures that the kids that we are taking are citizens and hopefully won't be stopped on the way back in. Would I have a gate agent say, I'm not letting your kid back in because I don't like the way their certificate look? I don't know. It's a possibility. They do it to us here at TSA, for God knows. But I do know we took a lot of time to think about this, and I just said, we gotta move forward. I just refuse to let what's going on in society change and have us keep our kids back from getting exposed to things that we should try to get them exposed to. I believe in safety. I think we should be safe. We should think about those things and we should prioritize. And I think if the threat alarm goes up, we should cancel because we have the lives, precious lives of people's children in our hands. But I also believe that we have to move forward. So that is my take on it. We did not come to this decision lightly to bring it to you. It was just, if not this, then what? Like, what else are we gonna start giving up? So we're gonna try.
I think if we do approve this for the first reading, I think it behooves us to be talking with Dr. Haiti, whether it's one-on-one or if, I think to get us to that level of the things you are going to do, to be able to say to parents too, here are the different things we're doing, whether it's checking with border safety, making sure we're still at a level 1, those types of things. So parents are saying, at least these are the things they're doing, and for us to potentially approve it, it's just a different world we're living in right now.
Yes,
so,
absolutely.
And I understand that things can change, and the board would extend their right to do this, but I won't be on the board at the time if this trip gets pulled and parents have actually paid a lot of money for it. So, any other comments or questions?
There's trip
Can we
insurance,
make this
right?
a roll call vote when you call the question, please?
Sure. Are there any other questions? Mr. Wollaston?
Yeah, I would just say I did like the comments that I heard regarding was smart travel and then contacting customs. I think those are two pretty important things that we should write down if we haven't, and consider actually doing that going forward. Okay, good.
Okay. Motion made by Mr. Pano, seconded by Mr. Halleck, and Ms. Daly, we're going to call the roll.
Can we just ask for clarification, because this is the first reading, so is this just, when we're doing the roll call vote, this is
It'll still come back for a second
for a
reading.
second reading with the additional information?
Correct.
And for the record, Mr. Fury, when it's a roll call vote, you're able to state your concerns verbatim for the record.
Correct, for your vote, yes.
I'll make sure I'm clear.
This is Robin Daly from the superintendent's office. Jill Cantor?
Yes, provided that the alerts don't go higher than 1.
David Fury?
Yes, and the caveat being that we are provided more information for the second reading regarding safety.
Jeremy Halleck?
Yes. I'm also preventing safety as well.
Leonard Lockhart?
I'm going to abstain. I'm not fearful. I go into fires. But I am concerned about the safety of our kids, the chaperones, and everybody involved with the trip. So I don't have the safety plan in front of me to make a decision, so I will abstain.
Madison?
My son went to DC in middle school, and it was one of the most influential experiences of his young life. And I don't want to deny that to any other kids. And, you know, if you live in fear, you're already dead. So, strong yes.
Paul Panos?
Yes.
Ayanna Taylor?
I'm going to abstain. If this was the high school asking, I think my stance would be a little bit different. We haven't done this even then with that age level. This isn't the DC trip. This isn't the Cape Cod trip. This is something very new. So I'll abstain.
Nathan Wollaston?
Yes, I'm going to vote in support of the trip. I came in here a little bit on more closer to a no, but I do want to allow you guys to come back and just spell out the safety plan a little bit more, as board member Lockhart expressed. And I mean, I love Canada. I just want to make sure the kids can get there and be safe while they're there and get back home to their families.
Tracy Zotter?
Yes, to bring it to the second reading with the information around safety.
Seven yes, 0 no, 2 abstain.
So the motion is approved 7-0-2.
Mr. President?
Mr. Lockhart?
When could we expect the board this to come back for a second reading?
I'm going to ask that to Dr. Haiti.
In October?
In October?
It's our very next meeting, right? Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Any more questions?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's about building new schools. Running.
I think the elementary principals would still stay here.
Nah.
We need a
High
Bible
school
grade.
could go, middle school. Okay, next item is the committee report, and Ms. Zotter.
Yeah, I'll make it quick. So I know that Windsor is rooted in a lot of history. But I think that we need to be thinking a lot about our students and our schools that were designed 70, 50 years ago, what the kids today need. And are we getting the most financially out of continuing to have to provide maintenance? So the long-range planning committee met to discuss the potential for a cost-benefit study
to have a consultant come in and assess our school buildings, elementary schools specifically, so looking at Clover, Oliver Ellsworth, Pequannock, and JFK. What the cost-benefit study would do is take a look at long-term cost for maintaining the buildings as is versus potential renovations versus potentially building new schools, whether that is 4, 2, 3. Again, we would be asking the consultants to come up with a variety of different options for us. So happy to report that the Long Range Planning Committee has moved that forward, so it will be something that comes to the board, hopefully in October. I can tell you that Dr. Haiti has already been hard at work, and she will be meeting with superintendent in South Windsor. They have successfully built a plethora of new schools. She will also be bringing our town manager, Peter Sousa, so he can ask questions. So again, this is just to have a cost-benefit study done. So that's the scope of this, would be that. There are a lot of questions that I'm sure we'll be able to address during the October meeting. We might not have answers to all of them, because again, this would have to be something the Board of Ed would then have to take to the town council. So there would be a lot of decisions and conversations that would have to happen there. So we'll have a full report out next month, and then we'll be looking to see if we can get approval to bring the proposed cost-benefit study to the town council to see what their thoughts are.
Any questions about the report? Mr. Panos?
Yeah, just a few things. Perhaps it waits for the meeting, but, a couple things that occurred to me, and it's, I really don't quite understand the urgency. This is a long-range item, and if it were an urgent item, I think that we would put it into the budget, or we'd have asked for it to be part of the budget. I would hope that, of course, that this, I don't know if we have all kinds of extra money hanging around to support this, but the buildings obviously belong to the town, and I would expect that it would be the town council that would have to be convinced, and the Public Buildings Commission, which does the capital improvements, and I would expect a lot of the initiative for this sort of thing to come from them. And, there are, I think we have a number of questions that come up about why we would even want to do this. To do a study is good, but, it's not quite obvious to me that our buildings are ready to collapse. We've been maintaining them, and I think most people who are into structures of this nature know that a building built 50 years ago or 60 years ago, ordinarily there's better materials, it's better constructed than most that you're going to get today on a competitive basis. So there are reasons to go, but I guess that gets into the evaluation of it. But I was a little taken aback when there was a little suggestion in there that we would stop certain projects right now that in order to be able to pay for the study. I don't think that would be a wise thing to do. And it was preventative maintenance. If we're doing that, that should go forward. And it was the cost for this. It would, I really don't think it should come out of a preventative maintenance budget. But that was just a suggestion. I don't know if, in there.
It was, and that's part of the urgency, right? Because we do have significant monies for projects that need to happen to these elementary schools, right? So and I think that we're going to learn a lot more over the coming weeks too, but our building, to your point, yes, like the building materials are different. Are they always good? No, we just had asbestos tiles that had to be removed from LP Wilson, right? So just because they are built well doesn't necessarily mean that they are safe and healthy. I think the other thing that we're butting up against is the fact that they are aging, and we're having a lot of unforeseen expenses happening. You are going to see that with older buildings, right? Things that,
HVAC, the air quality. There's only so much you can do in existing buildings to mitigate some of that. So I think really what this is for us, I think I'm just taking playbooks from what other towns have done. It has been proven in certain situations that it is more fiscally responsible, instead of pouring money into these buildings that are continuing to have problems, to go after grant money that exists and be able to build new or to renovate. So I'm not saying that this would I'm not saying it's going to result in anything, but what I'm saying is we do have a lot of money that we're going to be spending to maintain these buildings, and we're going to continue to have problems with them because they are aging. We continue to see year over year unexpected issues. We had a flood in one of the pods at Clover. We've got issues with, the air quality at OE. So there are a number of concerns related to our buildings. I think it's not just that for me as well, but it's also kind of looking at the needs of our students 50 years ago are different than our needs of our students today. And we are going to be seeing, hopefully, some additional younger families moving into town, and can our buildings sustain them? And that's really what the study will do, is going to take all of those factors into play and say, here's what we're spending, here's what your projected spend is over the next amount of years, and here's what it would be this way. So it's just really looking to make sure that we're spending the money on the buildings wisely.
I'm sorry.
Ms. Cantor.
I went out of turn, I'm sorry.
Ms. Cantor and then Mr. Wollaston.
I'm concerned with spending this money because and looking at that to build new schools, because we just put $3 to $5 million into Oliver Ellsworth to replace, hold on a minute, I'm not done. Okay. To replace the system that wasn't maintained properly. So you have to hire the right people. Now, there are brand new buildings that were built that are sick buildings. I worked in one, the Xerox building in Hartford. And they're all new buildings. So no matter what you do, you'll have to maintain it. Whether it's a new building, whether it's an old building, you have to keep doing it. You have to do your proper maintenance every year. The maintenance bill will never go away. And like Mr. Pano said, those buildings that are structurally sound, you shouldn't really destroy them, because what they build today are not the same materials, where they don't maintain the strength on that. You'll always have to update the ventilation. You'll always have to replace the HVAC and other things. It's normal part of life with buildings, even your homes. You have a house that's built 50 years ago, you have a house that's built now. It's not the same. Everything that you put in there falls apart. Your refrigerators fall apart in 5 years. They're done. The other ones last 20, 30, 40. So that's what my concern is. And why would you take away the maintenance that needs to be done now?
And no one's saying we're necessarily taking away any maintenance. I think it's to look at what are the conditions of our buildings. And part of that, to pay for it, I agree, it should be, they're owned by the town should pay for it, but possibly there's things on the CIP for 3 years from now at a certain building that we may not have to be on the CIP for improvements if we're going to, in the next 3 years, potentially build a new building. Weathersfield tonight is having a referendum, and some of their buildings that they're proposing are new, but they're also proposing at least one building to be a renovation. So what a study would do is they might say, hey, these buildings are structurally sound. All you need to do is something much smaller than replace the building. But until you know what it is, and we've luckily, there's 3 or 4 towns who've actually used the same consultant. That doesn't mean through a bidding process we'd end up with the same consultant, but they've been very successful in many of the communities here, showing that versus major maintenance and capital improvements, you'd save money in a 5-year period. Mr. Wollaston, then Mr. Lockhart.
Yes, I'd just say any great first step in a long-range plan is the next step. Like, what are we doing now? if this school gets built in 5 years and 10 years, hopefully it's not that far out, but if even is 15 or 20 years, what is something that we can do now? And I think putting a study forward to give us options or say just this is where our buildings are at, this is how we could financially benefit if we did X, Y, or Z is an amazing first step, because it's not too forward that we're immediately saying we're building new schools right now, but it gets us a good temperature of where we're at and what we can do from this position. And I think we can't really be upset just about an inquiry. You know, sometimes we have questions on the board. What do? We'll go to a lawyer. Just give us a temperature about this decision that we have to make, and that's a very good first step we can make before any decision.
I agree. I think we should just, again, we're putting some very expensive Band-Aids on buildings. I will use OE for example. The original Havoc system that was put on that building, that system was not designed for that building. It was off the shelf and retrofitted for that building. That's number one. So that was a very poor, flawed design out the gate. And then on top of that, the envelope itself, which is the walls, the doors, and the windows, it's been shown with this last study that it'll probably take, at that time, about $5 to $6 million to improve and secure the envelope of that building to work in concert with a system that we just spent $3 million on. So our point is, our position is, instead of throwing all this expensive money at $3, $5, $6 million a pop, if we just take a look at all of the school buildings, and we've gone to the PBC and articulated this to them as well, we want to see what's the best bang for our buck. And if that means we do a study of all 4 of our elementary schools, and then they come back with a recommendation on how we can keep these buildings modernized, safe, and low cost to maintain, I think we have a right to actually go through that exercise so that we're actually being good stewards of the money that we're asking the taxpayers to pay. Now, if they come back with a study and says, this school is far off than we expect, and that you should consider tearing down and building a new school, we want a third-party expert that is certified, that can come in and tell the town council and the town, this is the condition of your buildings, what would you like to do? And then it puts it in our court on what we want to decide to pay on. The CIP is what it is. It can only maintain what they know, what's in front of them, but we also know there's been a lot of projects that has gone through CIP that at times that has gone awry, and it's not due to a lack of effort from the Public Building Commission, just things go wrong. We want to make sure that in this environment, we're not wasting people's money. And I think all 9 of us would agree with that. We don't want to waste people's money.
Anyone else? Ms. Taylor.
I think the assessment is so that we can get better informed. Right now, it's a lot of guesswork. It's a lot of, I always use the word Band-Aids, putting Band-Aids on large projects, and it's ad hoc instead of looking at the district holistically. You know, as Secretary Lockhart says all the time, it's something that the town might want to assess for the entire town of all the buildings, because again, as these things come up, okay, asbestos at LP, mold at OE, all these things, and we're just kind of taking them as they come, putting little, you know, shining it up just enough. Over time, what you're going to realize is you're putting more money out there arbitrarily with no plan for the future, 5, 10, 15 years down the road. And so that's what this is how do we get better informed? I think it costs us nothing to oh yeah, I'm gonna have to do that, huh? It costs us nothing to continue the conversation. Example, our last conversation about that trip, we're literally saying, bring it back for a second reading. And however it falls, it still doesn't mean that we have to spend money on something. We need to get better informed. We need to get other people and stakeholders to the table. Dr. Haiti and a team having a conversation with another, another district who did, very similar things is what you want to see, so that we can make better decisions because we're better informed.
Mr. Madison and Mr. Panos.
sorry if I missed it, what does it cost to do the assessment?
We have no idea because
We don't know because we can't put it out for bid
until we agree
until
as a
we
board.
even, before,
so what
unless
would
we even agree with the town.
Yeah, so wait a minute, so is this vote to put it out the bid? Not to pay the money, consultants aren't cheap.
No, the vote next week, there's no vote now, the vote next week. Next month, sorry, week, oh my gosh. The vote next month, you'll get the entire, project plan. It would just be, can we bring it to the town council to see if there's even an appetite with them to do this? These are their buildings.
Yeah, so what does that cost? Nothing.
Absolutely
Right, so
nothing.
all the free steps are like pretty much a slam dunk.
Yeah.
Okay, it's when the consultants come back and say $750,000 for a 3-month study, that's where you start to choke.
That's when,
Now we
that's
can
when the Board of Ed and the town get together and they say, hey,
Okay. so
what happens?
What's the agenda item? Are we just having a discussion or is there a vote tonight?
This was just a report. I was just
You're not
prepping
voting
you.
on it.
Good report.
All right.
That's easy.
All right.
Mr. Panos, any further?
No, I mean, it's just the same.
I mean, there's a lot of time between
All right.
this report and the coming next October. So any concerns you have, be talking to Jeremy or Leonard or Ms. Zotter of concerns that you have. And maybe we'll say, the board could actually take a vote saying, we want this to go to the town council, but we're not willing to pay any money out of maintenance or CIP for our buildings. And we have a right to have that caveat in our approval.
Sure, yeah, this is, it looks like a few $100,000 anyway for the study,
Yeah,
but.
a good assessment, yeah.
But, it does suggest that, perhaps Public Buildings Commission, or the town has not done studies like this in the past. It's a little bit strange. I know, all of Ellsworth, I think, obviously it has a history of this problem that was not fixed or done properly. So it's a little strange.
You've been here for 22 years. Do you remember a report about our buildings?
I don't know. They're fine.
Comprehensive?
They're fine. I know
Well,
that we
It was
did.
probably that 2 years you weren't on the board,
That's when it all happened. We did, we did a renovation to new for the high school. And, their conclusion was that the building was very sound, and that's why they wanted, that was built in the early 50s. So it was a good structure to build upon. So that was a good investment. So you don't need to do that. But I think that will come out in the study, is what you're saying. I'm just a little surprised that it's something that's now considered urgent, but I guess if you're just gonna pass the bill to the town council, who cares?
Well, I think this was raised before with Mr. King when he was long-range planning. So we had a discussion when he was the chair of this, and Tracy's, kind of in his shoes. So we already had started talking about this, but I think it's been accelerated as we found out problems, even though we're not talking about Sage Park. There was a water problem that right now, I knock on wood, may not be critical. And we know we've heard of issues at Clover and some other things. So it's just, and we hear about these other districts that been able to convince residents that this was the better bang for the buck by,
And state grant money that is available.
and we get a good at least if they continue the reimbursement, it could be 40 to 50%. Where in Madison, they got 17% or 12 or 17% reimbursement, and taxpayers still voted for it. So this has to not only go to the town council, this still has to go to voters.
Yeah, there's a long way, and that's why, because if we don't start now, I mean, even if we say, okay, let's do the cost benefit study, that's gonna take a year, right? And then after that, it's, the decision of what we do, and then after that, it's taking it to the referendum. So like, to me, the rush is, like, this is already gonna take so long, like, we have to start. And to be quite honest, the rush is I'd rather do this during a time where we're not doing a property reevaluation.
That's a good point.
I don't know if this point, looking to our parliamentarian for a potential motion, because we still have some things to attend to.
I move that we extend the meeting to 11 p.m.
Second?
Is there a second?
Yep.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstention, motion carries 900. Next item on the agenda is just really announcements. Let me first go through this list and then see if other board members have any announcements or if they want to save them to after audience to visitor. Board of Ed Curriculum Committee meeting Monday, September 22nd, 2025 at 4:30 p.m. That's a virtual meeting. There's not on the list here, but there's a Board of Ed special meeting Tuesday, September 23rd, 2025 at 7 p.m. I believe that'll be here at LP Wilson. There's a Board of Ed Curriculum Committee meeting Monday, October 6th, 2025, 4:30 p.m., again virtual. And there's a Board of Ed Policy Committee meeting Thursday, September 9th at 4:30 p.m. That'll again, sorry. Thursday, October 9th at 4:30 p.m. Again, that's virtual. The next regular Board of Ed meeting is Tuesday, October 21st, 7 p.m. at LPW. Farewell reception for departing Board of Ed members, Tuesday, October 21st, 6 to 7 p.m. here at LPW. I'm assuming there's nobody watching at this time, but is there anybody online?
We do
A hand
actually have
raised?
2 attendees online.
You have 2 attendees, anyone with a hand raised?
No one at this time with their hands raised.
It's audience to visitor. If somebody would like to speak, please raise your hand. I see no one here in the boardroom, so it would only be if someone raises their hand for
No
audience
one
to
is
visitor.
raising their hand
Then
online.
with approval of the board, we'll close audience to visitor. And the next item on the agenda is item 12. Is there a motion?
There is. I move to enter into executive session for consideration of a confidential attorney-client communication regarding a request for board review by action by the administration, inviting Acting Superintendent Dr. Noha Abdel-Hadi, Chief of Operations Daniel Batchelder, and Shipman and Goodwin Attorney Sarah Westby into executive session.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion made by Ms. Taylor, seconded by Mr. Panos to go into executive session for a confidential attorney-client communication matter. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed, nay. Motion carries 900. At 10:23, we are out of the regular meeting and into executive session.
this is how we're gonna do it. We gotta move to suspend the rules.
Yes.
Suspend the rules.
All set?
There we go. I'll do this for you.
Mr. President,
It's 11:12, Mr. Lockhart.
I move that we suspend the rules for the purpose of expanding the meeting past 11 o'clock, considering that it is 11:12.
Is there a second?
I'll second it. Thank you.
Motion made by Mr. Lockhart, seconded by Mr. Panos. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Opposed, nay. Abstention, motion carries 900.
Mr. President,
Mr. Lockhart.
I move that we extend the meeting to 11:30.
I'll second the motion.
Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstention, motion carries 900. Probably gonna, is that it other than?
We got to adjourn.
Yeah, motion to adjourn.
I move to adjourn.
Motion by
Second.
Ms. Taylor
Second.
to adjourn, seconded by Mr. Panos. Any discussion? Seeing and hearing none, all those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Opposed, nay. Abstentions, motion carries 900. We are adjourned at 11:13.
Now we can do the
Now we can do the non-meeting.
non-meeting.